Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join moveupLynchburg.org today.
Move Up is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. Move Up is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. Move Up's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. Move Up is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes a kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group, and
and I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
So, welcome to a lap around the Barcelona circuit, second round of the V.E.C. So, braking after the 100-meter board into turn 1, second gear corner, then going full throttle through turn 3, bit of boosting there, then braking right in front of the bridge for turn 4, second gear again, very long corner, then downhill braking zone into turn 5, second gear as well, very tricky to get right, so boosting again, then turn 6 and 7, very tricky yellow curb, you can destroy your engine there very fast if you run over that, then small lift for turn 8, boosting again for the back straight, yeah, braking between the 50 and 100 meter board, second gear again, then into the turn 10, very long corner, second gear as well, and yeah, tricky to get right as well. Turn 11 is just full throttle, and then the last right-hander, small braking zone, then fourth gear, and going onto the straight. So that's a lap to, around Barcelona, and have fun doing the race.
All right, everybody, welcome to today's stream and today's event. It's round 2 of the VEC at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We're very excited to bring you today's race. My name's Colin Tabor, and I'm here with Josh Morris.
Going, everybody.
So we're right now in the middle of the early stages of qualifying here. Just kind of getting ourselves oriented on today's events, the cars that are entered. You can see the times that have been set so far in the session on the left. Right now we have the prototype class in their qualifying session, which will continue for the next few minutes. As we can see, we have Patrick Pelchat with the top time so far. Right now it's about 2 p.m. server time on May 2nd. So it's a nice sunny afternoon, it looks like, in the Catalunya area here. So we take a look at who's out on track. Right now for Indy Autosport White, we have Daniel Civisabo. Looks like he's in a warm-up zone. Just kind of doing some tire warming perhaps there. So far times have been set by, looks like we have 8 cars in the LMP1 class. Best time set so far is Fugasim Sports Patrick Pelchat. Let's take a look at where he is on track right now. Looks like he's following another car at the moment. This is an old style qualifying session, which is what we had, I guess, before. What everyone's used to right now is the one at a time kind of qualifying that we get in iRacing these days, thanks to the sort of instancing technology that we're able to use there. Everyone gets their own free quali track. This is kind of old school real life qualifying with everybody out on track at one time. So all the drivers have to kind of make room for each other. In first place right now in the LMP2 category is held by Leo Racing. Let's see if we can find them on screen. Here we go. Got Michelle Sangali at the wheel of this car. Sangali, excuse me. Text is pretty small in the window I'm looking at over here, so apologize for any mispronunciations that come across. Race control has just come across with a 10-minute warning. The qualify session overall is 45 minutes, and we're at about 10 minutes in. So about 20 minutes through, I believe there'll be a 5-minute clear track period. And then the GTs will take to the track. So right now, if I look at the times at the top of the charts, I am seeing just the tiniest little margin between Fugasim Sport and Indy Autosport White. Fugasim Sports qualified on a 120.903, and Indy Autosport White has a 120.908. That's about as close as you can cut it, 5 thousandths of a second, right? Crazy. Then we got Fusion Sim Sport with a 121.003. Freedom Maple Syrup with a 121.134. And then a 121.224 set by Entername Here Racing. So again, all those guys are all covered by about 0.3 of a second. Then we go back another second or so to a 122.064 set by Next Level Racing. Garage 69 is set a 122.139, and MJR a 123.235. So all the teams pretty much up to speed. Let's take a chase cam and take a look at one of the teams. I'm gonna choose Indy Autosport White. They're probably trying like hell to kind of pull out a pole here. So let's see if we can get them on chase cam, if my controls will work. Here we go. That's a different team though. Let's see. Here we go. Pardon us, guys, while we kind of get used to the controls. If you recall back to our last broadcast, we didn't have good control of the broadcast computer. This time, we're in good shape as they start another lap, coming down into the first turn with traffic to deal with. Not ideal for setting your best lap, obviously. But they make a nice job of that so far, and look to have some clear track ahead at the moment. Yeah, right now, Daniel seems to have a 6-second gap. It looks like he is on it. Although with that first corner issue, I'm not sure how likely it is to achieve a best lap. Fun watching today as we have the historic layout. Last time I drove this track, I was using one of the more updated layouts with the chicane that we're just passing now. As he comes around, let's see what he's pulled off here. It's like a 120.8. And he pulls off. So picking up who else is on track. Let's see if we can pick up the Shawshank Racing guys. They're in second place on the LMP2 qualifying. Here we have Julius Braun and their gray machine. They're sitting on a 129.178 at the moment. All right, we've got 5 minutes left in this session for these guys. All right, we've updated the ticker on the left to show the actual lap times. Oh, there Julius goes a little bit wide at T1. That was not going to be a good lap there for them. Time is counting down, just 3 laps left. Let's take a look and see what's going on in the pit lane. See if anyone's exiting. Here comes a car. Not sure there's time to really get in another lap, to be honest. To get an out lap and then run a lap. I guess maybe just about time. It looks like the lap's time is about to hit 17 minutes, which is about the limit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like. I think it might have been one car that just got out. Actually, yeah. Reggie Robertson from Freedom Maple Syrup is on an outlap right now. So.
Well, let's pick them up, Josh. See if we can follow them around. There they are in the red, white, and blue Freedom Maple Syrup car. Quite a cool livery, if you ask me. Of course,
I do like that livery.
He's running into a little bit of traffic there, presumably looking for an opening here. Looks like he's got some clear track in front of him, so let's see if we can go on chase cam and follow him around. Take a look from inside the car. Although this might not.
Just got the 1.5 minute mark. He might be able to pull it off, but probably
He's
not.
coming around the last corner, I believe, onto the front straight here. T13 taking a lot of curb, past the pit lane.
He's going to be hammering this lap down.
That's right. They've got 1 minute left. I don't know how the ruling will go. Maybe laps that have started will count, but he's taking all the track. Trying to throw one down here.
Nope.
Now he aborts the lap. And there comes the order that answers that question. Clearly, not much leeway.
No, we did get a little bit stricter on the rules this time around. There was a couple of rule changes that we did go through before the beginning of this race that we've discussed for the past month since the last one.
That's right. So as it winds up here in the prototype category, we have Fuga Sim Sport on top, sitting on a 120.502. Indy Autosport White with a 120.814. Fusion Sim Sport takes the third spot, 121.003. Freedom Maple Syrup, a 121.134. Enter name here Racing 121.224. And then Next Level Racing with a 122.064, Garage 69 at 122.139, and MJR Racing improved to a 122.297. So the field there covered by less than 2 seconds on this short 4.73 kilometer track here in Barcelona. So looking into the track history, guys, the interesting thing about this track is that it was built in the early 90s, and most of the corner names, in fact, all the corner names are named after various corporate entities. Looking into it, I wasn't able to uncover exactly how names were assigned, whether it was based on sponsorship. It may have been. That seems the most likely, but certainly not the most romantic way to name your turns. Mostly in the broadcasts that I've seen, these turns are just referred to by number, but we will call out the names of them over the length of the broadcast as well. Turn 1 is the Elf turn. Then that's the turn 1-2 complex. I think turn 2 really doesn't have its own name distinctly. Then we have come through a long right-hander called Renault. That's a tricky corner for the drivers. You know, you're always trying to get the right amount of throttle application there, and drivers tend to go out wide on the exit down to, there's a short straight leading into Repsol corner, turn 4, which is similar to Parabolica. It's a early apex and then a long curving exit. Lot of fun. Then we come to turn 5, which is a dip downhill as you take a sharp left, almost 180 degrees at Seat corner, named after the auto manufacturer there. Then the track dives downhill into turn 6, which is a small kink, and then the kind of a chicane of sorts at Worth corner, which is turn 7 and 8. Then uphill to the right turn of Campsa, and a long straight to turn 10, La Queixa. And then through the rest of the lap. Maybe what we'll do is we'll pick up one of these cars and follow them through a lap, talk through it. So things are starting to happen here in the pit lane. Cars are going to be exiting in the next minute and a half or so, and we'll pick up the action when they do.
Yeah, all the GT cars are headed out of the track right now. Or lined
Yep,
up.
they're lining up at the pit exit. Let's see if we can pick someone up here. Yep, there's a car that has not left their pit yet. Here we go. We can see kind of a lineup here. With Garage 69 sitting at the top, front of the line. We have Bart de Couture, perhaps. They're sitting in the yellow Garage SimSport car. Which is a Chevy. .25:01, 25-minute mark ticks over in practice, and off we go out onto the track. A whole gaggle of cars heading out there, Josh. It's going to be an interesting first few laps as they try to establish a little bit of time between them. I'm not sure I would want to be front of the line, but
No?
I would want to be front of the line. Let me say that. I would not want to be second or third or fourth or fifth. Interesting to see here. I think we've got the Porsche SimSport guys in their gold livery sitting right behind Garage 69.
Yeah, it looks like they're pulling away from the pack right now. Well, no, they're not. They have a little pack starting in the front there, about 6 cars. But
yeah,
like
the Porsche.
You can
go ahead. I think the Porsche guys are hoping to get a chance to slip by, and it looks like they're really maneuvering here to try and get a shot. It'll take a little bit of hard nerves here, but now they've backed off and look like they're building a little bit of a gap so they can get a good clean lap as Bart comes around to start his first timed lap. We'll follow him around.
Yeah, I don't know if he was trying. Maybe he's trying to get that draft at the end of the lap from him to try to get that get a little boost.
Yep.
Coming to
so
the
we're
end
headed through
there.
turn 1 here. Turn 1 is Elf. The turn 1-2 complex, a little bit tricky, and then as we said, the long right-hander T3 is Renault. Heading through the short straight. Whoops.
Ooh.
Sorry about that, guys. There we go. Picked him up again in the downhill through the Worth left-right complex there, and then up the hill to the fast right-hander at COMPSA. COMPSA is the state petroleum company, I believe, and they actually it was dissolved in 1992 due to the demands of the European Union, actually. So EU demanded that they pull that off. Now we're going through the last couple corners, the very fast corners there at the end of the lap. New Holland, let's see what our first times are that come up. Porsche Sport nipped them with a 1:38.007. Garage 69 pulled a 1:39.035, and currently fourth in class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And things are going to be changing quickly as everybody gets their first laps in.
Yeah, watching Garage 69, there was a couple points where he was, I think he went a little too wide and he was a little squirrely in the rear end. Because right now he's showing 7th.
Tires are just warming up, Josh, as yeah. I'm sure you're well aware. We're just gonna try and pick up the Porsche Sport car. Here we go. And they look like they're catching up to the Garage 69 guys. See how that situation plays out and how the leaderboard changes. We've discovered how to update your ticker to show just the GT class. Here we go. Got Josh Cam in the car for Porsche Sport. 10 minutes left in GT3 qualifying. So each team getting each. Oh, it is 15 minutes. Our mistake. 15 minutes left. Pick up some of the other teams out there. Our second place team at the moment is 24-hour Moglinger Penahilfa.
And they're coming back out on another outlap.
We'll pick them up on that then. See how that. Here they come out of the pits with Yannick Bleich, the Bleich brothers, I believe, have that team together. Looking good so far. In third right now is Team Bushfink. Here we'll pick them up. Looks like they're in the Porsche.
They're between 7th, 8th, and 9th place right now. They have one, what is it, 100th of a second between them.
Wow, very close in the further reaches of the field here, or a little bit further down the order. Joris Thielen in the car for Team Bushfink right now. Looks like he's on his 5th timed lap out here, with his last one having been the best.
Ooh, Team Bushfink just took the second spot from.
Oh, I see. And DHR Team Pro is on top. So good job for Team Bushfink moving up to second. Let's move over to DHR Team Pro. We've got Victor Miranda in the car. He's on his fourth lap here. See if he can improve at all.
And it looks like Ronan just took it from him.
Look at that. The leaderboards are changing. It's definitely a dynamic situation. It's a tight field. And it'll be interesting to see what the top time is today. Moving over. Yeah,
there's still about.
Go ahead.
There's still about what is it? 11 minutes left of the session. So.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of time for folks to come back in, fuel up, slap some new tires on it, and give another shot. Very competitive. This being the second round of our VEC series, our inaugural series. We've been having a great time with it so far. We seem to have a lot of interest in the series, and we really appreciate that. The competition on track has been tremendous. The liveries, the efforts going in, and as well as, of course, everyone prepping so well for the race. Oh, he's sorry. Ronan Simsport coming around here. Let's pick up a few of the other teams. We got the DHR Team Pro in second place. But we also have the DHR Team AM in sixth overall, which is very good for what they're calling their AM team. Sorry, Josh, you were going to say something.
Yeah, Porsche Sport just picked back up the lead on or fast lap.
That's great. Great
actually by a significant amount, by 2. They gained about a third of a second.
That's great. Yeah, a 1:37.6. Looks like they've got to a 1:37.7 by DHR Team Pro. So less than a tenth separating them, Josh, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, what I was saying is he ran...
Oh, faster than his previous lap.
Yeah, faster than his previous lap. He ran a third of a second faster than his initial qualifying lap. It's interesting for me at least. Right now, top 5 spots are all Porsches, with the exception of the one Corvette for DHR Team Pro.
Yeah, we had the top 3 of the race last time at Le Mans was also Porsches. Not sure what it is about that car. Shouldn't have any particular advantage, I would think. Especially, I think at Le Mans it was not considered the favored car, but not sure how that sits around here.
Ooh, Ronan just went into the sand.
Let's see who else is out there. Trying to find the DHR team AM here somewhere. I was going to focus on them. Here we go. They look like they're in the pit lane right now. With a lot of cars in the pit lane right now. Let's see who is out on track.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these liveries on these cars.
Yeah.
Man, some of the artwork that these guys got going and putting into these cars is just phenomenal. Amount of time taken to do these paint jobs is just amazing.
Yeah. I love the livery game. It's really fun to watch.
Like Century Sim Racing, I do like their paint job on there. And it looks like DHR Team Pro and Ronin kind of closed that gap on Porsche Sport.
Yeah, definitely less than a tenth. They've improved. Trying to pick up something on the camera. Sorry, guys, having a little trouble. That's better. So we got DHR Team Pro on the screen right now. Teams have just been given the 5-minute warning, so just a couple more chances to improve here. Victor has, in the DHR team, has been slowly improving. Looking at his lap times, I see a 1:37.8, then a 1:37.7, then the 1:37.6. He may be at his limits here, but we'll see. Looks like he's coming around the last set of corners, going to give it another go.
Yeah, they got about, what, 2-3 laps maybe?
Yeah, more like a 2, I believe, since we're not really able to go past the final.
Yeah,
checker.
If anybody wants to come out, you got to come out of the pit lane now.
Here comes Victor through the Repsol corner, turn 4, heading down to the left-hander. It's going to duck downhill here. Very tricky corner as it drops away. And you got to hit everything just right, taking a lot of curb there. Definitely on it. Coming through the turn 7, turn 8 complex. Always that right-hand sausage curb, everyone trying to avoid it while still taking as much curb as possible. Very quick through the fast right-hander of Compsa, heading down the hill to Lacacia. Got to hit the braking point just right here. Interesting here, definitely the wider track layout here for that corner, much faster than the shorter corner, which I remember running in the 12 hours of Barcelona for iRacing. All the way on the left there. We'll see if Victor can nail this and pull off a pole. Coming down to the line. Looks like a 37.8 on that lap, so not very close, but not quite able to do anything about the Porsche Sport car. Got Ronan Simsport in the next place.
Oh, and they're 0.003 of a second from DHR Team Pro.
That's right, very close. The 686 to 689 on the digits to the right of the decimal point, Josh. That's about as close as it gets. 2-minute warning given to the drivers. Gabriel Erdely in, there's probably a better way to pronounce that, Erdely, in the Ronan Simsport car. We'll try, guys. We'll butcher it. You can welcome to tell us in the chat how it's going with the pronunciations, because we don't like to be in that position. But Gabriel's definitely on it as well. Is he coming around to finish a lap?
He's
here?
hammering down.
Looks like he just pulled a 1:37.774, so no improvement there. Just a tenth of a second off. Everybody giving it their all in the last minute or so of the session. I'm not sure Gabriel's going to have enough time to get around again. I think we're at the 1-minute warning.
Yep. Looks like next level they just gained a position. See if anybody got any chance to get that last lap gain on anybody. Ooh.
As he comes around, looks like he may get to take the line one more time. 2 seconds. I think the time.
Oh wow!
Expired just a couple.
24-hour Moglinger just took second.
Wow, that's
just
great.
took it.
And so it's again, we got 3 cars in a 1:37.6 range. Really exciting, guys. Really exciting. I'll make some adjustments here now to the scoring box.
Did you say 3 cars or 4 cars?
No, I said 3 cars. Now it's 4. Yeah, it looks like it's 4 due to the. And then there's one right on 1:37.7 exactly. Team Bushvink. Really competitive, guys.
Oh man, that's going to be fun to watch.
It is. It is. We're going to see if we can bring up the grid here. Give a shot here. So going through the grid for the race as we get ready to start, everyone's going to be loading their race setups. We got Indy Autosport. We got rolling up to the top here. Fuga Simsport on the pole for the race with Indy Autosport White in second, Fusion Simsport in third. And then in the LMP, the LMP2 category, we've got Leo Racing with Michelle Sangali on pole, Shawshank Racing, Julius Braun in the second spot, and the Venom Works prototype took third with JPW Ringwood, and then so forth, as you can see on your screen. Looking through Class 3, as we've just been covering, we've got Josh Cam from Porsche Sport took the pole barely by, looks like 28 thousandths from 24-hour Moglinger. And Yannick Bleich will be in the car, it looks like. Victor Miranda in third, Gabriel Erdely in fourth. for Ronin SimSport. But cars are taking the track now. We're going to clear the grid, and we're going to show you the start in all its glory here. See if we can move ourselves to the front of the field and watch these guys as they get underway. Cars gridding up here, Josh. It's always exciting, the beginning of a race. This is a 12-hour race, and as always, kind of critical to get off to a clean start for everybody and avoid some mayhem. We'll really hope for the best. The Catalunya circuit here is a very tight track with a lot of corners. The first turn, the turn 1-2 complex will certainly be a bottleneck as the teams head down to the green. It's going to be exciting.
Oh, it's going to be exciting, but one of the things with endurance racing, like, take your time. You can't win a 12-hour race in the first 3 hours. So keeping the car clean and making sure you're keeping it on track is the big thing to remember, right? It is a race, but you're racing the clock, not really the opponent, and you want to make sure that you take care of that equipment so that way you're not destroyed, halfway through the race.
So we see a gap here to the LMP2 field that's been developed. We're going to try and pop back to the next set of cars here on our broadcast cam. Looking for here's the LMP2 field as they're wiggling around. Got a few people getting ready to go here. And it's green flag at the front. And here we go, picking up the LMP1. Oh, we've got Indy Autosport White already off into the gravel there. Not sure what happened. Just going to back it up and see if we can see what happened. As they came down to the green, it looks like they just outbraked themselves, guys.
Yeah, very, very, very late break. That hurts.
Yep, we've also got Freedom Maple Syrup there. Looks like they may have had some issues in the start as well. Back up at the top of the field here. I'm not sure why we're kind of stuck with the replay banner up here. I'll try and clear that here. Still up there. We'll work on that and see if there's a way that we can clear it.
Yeah, it looks like Indy Autosport's already in the pits, which is expected. They're probably going to take some.
Well, that's a tough one. Yeah, that's definitely a tough one. Josh, I don't know if you would mind popping up. Well, actually, I'll let you kind of continue chatting. I'm going to pop up and see if I can find out from the guys how to clear this graphic. 1 second.
All right. It looks like it was a quick repair for Indy Autosport White. They They just came out of the pits there. I'm gonna apologize beforehand. I don't have control over the broadcast. Currently, we're going through some technical difficulties, but we're working through that. But right now, it looks like Fuga is keeping up with the lead off that first series of laps, first lap. And leading up for the LMP2s is Leo Racing. And they pulled a fairly decent gap from TC course. And Porsche Sports maintaining that lead. They made it through. And 24-hour Moglinger is right on their heels. So it'll be an interesting battle between those two to see how that's gonna play out later on in the race.
All right, we've got that cleared. Well,
and so I was just discussing there, Colin. Right now, the LMP1, the leader is pretty far ahead. But got a pretty decent gap, and then Leo Racing for the LMP2's got a okay gap on TC course. But what's going to be interesting is these GT3s, because there's a group of them right now, big group. You know, it's going to be a 5-way battle for that lead for a while. But it seems like LMP1s and LMP2s, the lead is got a pretty decent gap. And Fuga SimSport seems to be catching the GT3s right now, so he's going to be working through those.
Yeah, that looks like he is already. Looking at the broadcast here, definitely an adventurous time early in the race. He's going to be catching and trying to pass multiple cars at a time around this tight track. Always one of the concerns around Barcelona is lap traffic.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job around it. And one of the rules that we do have in the series is that you got to maintain your line, and that's what the GT3's got to remember. That's also what the LMP1s and LMP2s have to remember as well. That, you know, if you maintain that line, you can predict, you know, the other driver and make your way around them, right? You don't want to ruin somebody else's race because you weren't doing the right thing. But making it predictable for the other cars, it makes it a bit easier to get through that traffic. But it looks like Fuga's making it through that traffic very easily without really any.
Yeah, it looks like
problems.
everybody's doing a good job. I've now picked up Fusion SimSport second place car with Henry Handy at the wheel, driving very handy indeed. Looks like he's got another LMP right behind him. I think it might be Indy SimSport trying to get back their laps. Whizzing by.
That was next level, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's next level, and they're
so that's a battle for position, guys. Really exciting to see them racing so hard so early. Pick up next level now down the road. Yeah, they've all and they are really trying to get by all the other cars as quickly as they can, and it looking pretty dicey there. And Martin Julian Amant's at the wheel. Looks like he's got a little bit of a clear spot now as he comes up on what must be the front end of the field. Oh my goodness, and I think I saw Freedom Maple Syrup back there. Yeah, also making up time. Really racing hard here.
Yeah, these guys are pulling out all the stops. They're not.
It's early in the race, but and there goes Freedom Maple Syrup on the inside.
Yeah, these LMP1s.
So they're up to second now. Guys are really going at it, and here we go down into turn one. Next level retakes the lead, or second place rather, the lead in this battle between the two. And these guys are now clocked at 13 seconds behind the leader, or giving positions back left and right.
Yeah,
really
this is
exciting.
a battle to watch for a little bit. You know, they are just taking each other's corners. It looks like Freedom's pulled a little bit of a gap on Next Level.
Whoops. Sorry, guys. Yep, so Reggie Robertson and Freedom Maple Syrup pulling out a little bit of space. As you can see there, we got four of the LMP2s in pretty close company there. With Next Level just behind. Then Garage 69, it looks like. See if we can pick them up. Yep. Just back a little further, another second back. And then behind that is Fusion SimSport. With Henry Handy, who was just a few minutes ago in second place. It is a fast-moving race, and the pace of these LMP1s around here is just tremendous. So to be expected. Let's try and see if we can pick up the front end of the GTE field. Give me a minute here. We'll see how they are doing. Check in on them. It looks like Porsche Sport is in the lead.
Yeah, it still looks like it's a five-way battle still. They're right on each other's heels.
That's right. Yeah.
And then sixth place isn't too far behind them, actually. Like, there's a little bit of gap, but I think there's what, eight or nine cars that are in that little pack. And that's actually going to make it difficult for the LMP1s and LMP2s to get around that, because they got to find the hole coming around the corners. But also, those guys are going to be racing. They're racing for position. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens later on in the race if those guys are still together.
Yep, DHR Team Pro has the fast lap of the GTEs so far with a 138.5. Porsche Sport with a 138.6, so not far behind in terms of fast lap. And you can see them dicing here quite close on the track. In third place is 24-hour Moglinger. And then we have Ronin SimSport and Team Bushfink in that top five. And as we look here on the cam, you can see the third, fourth, fifth cars are in a tight pack just behind this battle. Well, let's stay with the front two for a minute or two here, and see how they make out. Who will be the first to blink, guys? Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, because you gotta hit your marks, and the first one not to hit their marks is going to lose that time.
Still can see the third, fourth, fifth cars also in a close formation behind them, just waiting to see when the LMP2s may make their way through the front of the pack here. But for the meantime, these guys have space to race. This is great Porsche versus Corvette.
Yeah.
Cars seem extremely well matched. Drivers, well matched. Really exciting.
Corvette is just waiting to pounce.
I'm seeing in the chat that P3 Next Level got a disconnect. That's really unfortunate. That's LMP1, third place starter on the grid. Really tough luck.
Yeah, they're just coming back on the track now too.
Really tight stuff here. These guys seem to be holding it station. I'm gonna take a moment and switch over to the second the second group if I can. Here's the second group. Yep, here's the second group. They're racing hot and heavy as well. Right now we're on 24-hour Moglinger. It looks like, oh, and here comes the prototypes coming through. Things are going to get extremely tricky. All right, picking up the 4th and 5th place cars right now. Looks like they're really close coming into turn 1. The 24-hour Moglinger versus Team Bushvink, if I'm not mistaken here. As there flashes by, ho-ho, the Freedom car. Wow. Really exciting stuff. Let's see if we can pick up another battle here. I'm gonna skip up to the LMP2 class leader here. Now we're on the Leo Racing team. Looking at Leo Racing here, and they are right now. It looks like they've got, just a 6/10 difference back to the next car back in their class as the LMP1 of Reggie Roberts, or not Reggie Robertson, but it's actually is Reggie in the car. He may be, but the Freedom car. But there you can see first and second in class LMP2 in your picture right now. Again, very close racing here, really competitive and fun. Looks like they've just passed the lead battle in the GTE class. As I see the gold of Porsche Sport there. Looks like they've picked up maybe a couple tenths on the second place car. That battle cooling down just a little bit for now. But these top two are very close.
If Fusion Sim Sport 4th is about to catch a lot of traffic right now.
Well, let's see if we can.
Or at least it looked like it was.
See if we can pick them up. Here we go. Yeah, you're not wrong, Josh. There's a buttload of traffic there.
Oh yeah. He's got GTEs, LMP2s. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. Oh, did you see the bunching up? You were talking earlier about LMP2 first and second, right? Leo and TC course?
Yeah.
Okay. I just noticed them. About.
Let's pop back up here to front of the LMP2 field again. Oh, this may not be them. Sorry, this is fourth in class, I think. NSR Silver.
Ooh! Go to Porsche Sport. Porsche Sport just got tapped.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and they're leading.
Look at that guy.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, that really... I could definitely see a penalty coming out. I'm not sure what happened there, but
yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll certainly hear about issues. Not sure if we can find them. Looks like they are off track at the moment. Maybe. Oh, here we go. We picked them up. Yeah.
DGTCR.
We're gonna back it up here and see if we can find this issue. This is the crude way to do the replay, guys, but I'm going to do it. Haven't quite worked out how to flash back to the incidents reliably here. It's been a challenge. Not going to lie.
But I mean, at least from an onset of what happened last race, at least we have the control.
That's right.
That we didn't have before. So this.
There we go. I think we're just seeing it here.
Yeah, Porsche Sport. That's what we're looking at right now. I see them talking on the chat.
I'm trying here to stop the backwards replay, but I'm having a little trouble.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I see where we got an issue. Okay, there we go. So we'll pick them up here. Watching in replay right now. We'll be coming up to the incident shortly here. We'll take a look. Again, we got lapping traffic. And oh yeah, just a little touch of the right front. Looks like no damage to the car that should have been inflicted. Nothing major, but certainly enough to push them out of the lead. It's a long race, so hopefully it won't be a long-term impact. But we're trying to get ourselves back here to live racing.
Yeah, right now they're in. They lost 4 spots due to that incident, but they're still kind of with the pack, so there's still plenty of time to make up. I mean, as far as incidents goes, that's not bad. I mean, it
Yeah,
shouldn't
that's
have happened.
certainly not a race-ending incident, which is what we really want to avoid. But I'm sure it was not intentional. We'll see if there's any action on the steward side. But now picking up the leader, our friends in DHR Team Pro. We're holding the lead right now. Again, dealing with cars coming through at the pointy end of the field.
And it looks like that incident gave them a bit of a gap on Ronan, too.
Yeah, if we pop back to Ronan, let's see where they are. They got a little space here, yeah. And you know, space is not a bad thing. It looks like the gap is just 2 seconds. Right now,
Race leader's about to pull up on some traffic if he hasn't already.
We'll pick up the front of the field again. Fuga Sim Sport here. Going well, continuing to lead, continuing to deal with traffic as they will all race long. It looks like right now they have about a 9-second gap on second place Freedom Maple Syrup car. Freedom Maple Syrup does have the fastest lap in class, fastest lap of the race so far, 1:21.616. Fuga, their top lap is 1:21.8, so really not a lot of difference. And of course, as always, here in this multi-class racing, how you get through traffic really is going to determine how your day goes. More so than sheer outright speed, right?
Bro Sim Racing, oh man, the GT3s, the Bro Sim Racing and JB Performance, they have a little bit of a battle going on there.
All right, we'll take a look over there.
Core Motorsports and Bro Sim Racing.
Here we go with Bro Sim Racing. I would imagine that's Core Motorsports just behind.
No, Core Motorsports is the yellow car up front.
Okay. There's another car right behind, so pretty tight here. Although they may be a lap down.
Yeah, they're a lap down, but I was just looking at it, and they were getting close.
No, that's not what I meant. Was I'm looking at the white car that's behind.
Oh, NJB Performance.
Right. Yep. So they are racing for position there. Then you got Juncos Racing Esports right behind them.
Little mid-pack paddle. And what's pretty interesting is I'm watching this Indy Auto Sport White. Even though they had technical difficulties, they're still staying up. They're staying up with the pack. They're staying up with second, I believe. Yeah.
Well, they're a fast team, Josh. We know they've got the speed. It's just a matter of now where they're going to be able to sit. They're shown one lap down, so they're working lap 19, and right in the vicinity of Freedom Maple Syrup, which is working lap 20. We can only hope they get a chance to get their lap back at some point. We don't expect any yellows, so an uphill run for them right now, running in 7th spot. See how it plays out over the next 11 or so hours. We're just past 30 minutes into the race. There's certainly been a ton of action so far. I'm going to pull back up to the leader of the LMP2 field because You know, we have, let's see if I can find them here.
I forget, you might have that information. Approximately how long of a stint, right, is good for these guys?
So it can be fairly short for the prototypes, less than an hour. We're gonna see how that plays out, and when we see our first pit stops up here.
Just from Julius Braun, just reading the chat. They have irreparable damage in the rear suspension on their car, Shawshank Racing V.E.C. So it looks like they're pulling out already.
They may have to retire. That is really bad news, Josh.
Yeah, I hate seeing
really
teams.
sad to see that happen.
But it still looks like their car's in the pits. So.
Yeah, I mean, we can hope for the best, but if that's the reports we're getting from them via the chat, it seems likely true. Sadly.
Yeah.
Having a little trouble with the interface right now, picking up Leo Racing at the front. Not sure what the issue is, but we'll keep trying. If you're seeing the standings in the there in the left-hand nav, I think that seems a little bit out of whack compared with what we're seeing in the actual race.
Oh, thanks, Romson Gaming. He said LMP stint is about 38 minutes, so we're going to be nearing up on the LMP2.
Yeah, we should see pit stops soonish. We'll keep an eye on them, see how that goes.
Well, thanks for the update, Julius Braun. They had to tow their car, was not repaired, and they're just keeping it in the pits.
All right, we've picked up Leo Racing here, front running LMP2. We got a 2-second gap back to TC Corsa Esports, running their lap 20 right now and dealing with lap traffic, as you can see, as always here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be interesting. Fuga's got a lot of work ahead of him right now.
Yeah, that looks like the timing screen in terms of LMP2 might have gotten itself back to normal here. I'm not sure if anyone has the information on how long is the stint for LMP1s, and I think for the GTEs it's about an hour. But we're coming up on the first stops right now. It tickers at 34 minutes. So looking good. Looking good for pit stops soon. We'll pick up TC Corsa Esports here as they fight to try and catch up with the leaders at Leo Racing. Right now it is Leo Racing with the top lap in LMP2 class at a 129.7. Look for where else we may see a close battle.
LMP1 should be around 40 minutes, 29 to 32 laps. Thank you, Marco, for that information. We appreciate that.
Punching back to enter name here, racing here, if I can. Looks like they're in a pretty close battle, if I'm not mistaken, with MJR. Yeah, MJR is right there in the frame as well. They are 1 lap down, but the two teams are battling. So we're about to hit 37 minutes. Let's pick up on the leader again, and we'll keep an eye out for pit stops here.
Yeah, right now I'm keeping an eye on pit lane. Oh, we just got our first driver into pit lane. Let's see who that is. Bushfink Racing LMP2 is the first guys into the pit lane.
All right, we see them there pulling into the stall. That's LMP2. Wonder if that's a scheduled stop. What did we say? What did we hear? 38 minutes also?
Yeah, from LMP2 is about 38, and then
40
LMP1.
minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes. Okay. So LMP2 will pit first. That's interesting.
It's probably because of the boost. It gives you that extra oomph over the course of time. Probably saves you that fuel.
So this will start to scramble the LMP2 fields a little bit. There we go with Leo Racing, our LMP2 class leader, passing the front straight again. They're obviously not pitting this time by. See if we get a pit lane cam here. What's going on? Pit lane cam apparently is the exit of pit lane.
Yeah, pit lane 2 is the entry.
And the entry here, we'll keep an eye out for cars coming in as the teams get ready to make their first stops in the prototype category. And her name here in MJR still at it, contesting 5th and 6th place in class.
Oh, we just had a GTE enter. Quality Control Racing GT. They're last, so they must be having some technical issues.
Now we're going to pick up the in our GT3 category. We have still a fairly close race going on between a 24-hour Moglinger and the next car back, which is Porsche Sport. Not sure if the Porsche Sport guys are reporting any damage. I'm sure they'll let us know on stream if they are. See both cars there in our picture for a second. It is, an ongoing battle. We got many hours to go, so we'll be tracking this.
Benworks just entered the pits themselves. Number 19 car.
Here's the Venomworks car at rest.
Yep, the Endurance.
We'll take a look and see if they seem to be taking tires. I got more cars in. I see the TC Corsa Esports car is now in the pit lane. From LMP2 group. Got a number of LMP2s in the pits now. This guy seems stationary a long time.
Then Venomworks prototype just made their way in as well.
Have picked up right now what is being shown to me as a leader in class, which is the Banzu RX Flow car. Definitely seeing cycling through here on the LMP2 field as they take their pits. Most of them pitting on lap 25. Looks like Leo Racing pitted on lap 24, so a little bit before everybody. Team Bushvink on lap 23.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them coming in.
So we'll see if Banzu is going to come in this lap.
Yeah, he's probably.
I would expect to see that.
Just kind of squirting fuel
here
in.
He comes in. Here he comes. So cycling through. Also, NSR Silver has stayed out. We'll see if we can pick them up.
That means LMP1s
they're right
will be
behind them.
soon.
Yep. So it looks like the LMP2s are almost finished cycling through. This will be the last batch. These guys have managed to go an extra lap. I wonder if that will wind up, to their advantage in the long run. I can only think yes. But let's pick up who was the previous leaders in the class, the Leo Racing team. See where they are on track. And how this will play out with them. Right in front of them there is actually the TC Corsa Esports team, which pitted on lap 25, 1 lap later than they did.
Yeah, they got a battle going on right now too.
They're passing now as we speak. Let's go to the chopper cam and keep an eye on this. Really working on them. Both cars are working lap 27, so this is for position. Wondering if maybe the TC Corsa didn't take tires or something to that effect to give them a little bit of an advantage on the pits delta. But we're going to see how all this cycles through over the next minute or two. Meanwhile, Josh, if you can keep an eye out, let me know when. Looks like the LMP ones have already started pitting. Actually, I see a number of them in the pit lane right now. Fuga Simsport having pitted on lap 29. Oh, a little tap there. As Michelle gets a little bit close to that other car. Just ahead of him is Lee Tucker in the Apex Tech Racing machine, who is spinning in this very moment and tapped the purple car, the Hexer Team Racing Purple, nosing into the wall. And recovering and getting going again, but not a great moment there as everyone tries to keep their wheels on.
Yeah, right now we got Enter Name here Racing and Indy Autosport White, and it looks like Indy Autosport White kind of got their lap back. Let's see if they can maintain that lap from their first incident early on in the race.
Yeah, it looks like they pitted on lap 29. The only one not to have pitted based on my data is MJR. I'm not sure if that's accurate. I'm gonna switch over to them here we go in the LMP 1 category. I think they're coming around the last corner. We're gonna see if they pit in. Nope. So you know, sometimes the data here, I'm picking up data from the Race Labs application, and it does show the lap of pitting, but sometimes I imagine there could be a glitch. But Fuga Simsport back on top in LMP1 right now with a 3.3 second gap back to Freedom Maple Syrup, which is being shown in second. Actually, it's more of a 5. Let's see, it shows a 3 second gap on my screen. We'll see if that looks right. Actually, we see Freedom looks like they're coming out of the pits. If that's not, it looks like they pitted on lap 31. They may have had an early incident and pitted. No, that can't be right. They were running in second all that time, so don't let me get confused here. But they're just going through, looks like turn, looks like they're going through the downhill right now and headed into the kink. And if we pop up the Fuga Simsport White, they are taking some grass while getting through the lap traffic. Closer to the end of the lap, but not too far up the road. I'm going to switch to the blimp cam, see if we can get a better perspective on it. There they are. And then Freedom Maple Syrup. Yeah, just a little bit further back.
And it looks like MJR Racing just came into the pits as well.
Yep, there we go, showing them in the pit lane. The blimp cam doesn't give us much to see, but really going at it at the front end of the field here. These guys have got just a few seconds between each other. Waiting for the standings in the sim to sort of sort themselves out, because we got a few cars showing laps down. MJR Racing just coming out of the pits now, dropping back, I think, to about 5th.
Yeah, and it looks like the GTEs, they're kind of spread out now, but they should be coming up on their pits here in the next 10-15 minutes.
Absolutely. Yep.
Maybe it'll tighten that pack up.
Maybe to see some individual races. Now we're focusing on Indy Autosport White right now. They are running in 6th on lap 32, which is still a lap behind the leader of Fuga Simsport, who are just finishing a lap, running their lap 33, about to start the 34th lap.
Yeah, Indy Autosport White had that early incident. If you guys didn't catch it, otherwise they'd probably be on the lead lap, probably fighting Fuga. But
sure,
they
had right up there.
Late break incident.
Yep. So looking at the LMP2 field, right now we're showing NSR Silver in the lead in that class.
I'm wondering, did they pit?
They did pit on lap 26. Pitted late-ish. That was the sort of the last lap where these guys had made it to. See them right now, literally fighting for the lead. And it looks like TC Corsa is going to make it by them.
Yeah, they're coming up on that on 24-hour Moglinger.
And Leo Racing is another 4 seconds back, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go back to the TV camera angle. See this situation. TC Corsa now pulling away with a 1.3 second gap, 1.4 and counting. Yeah, so busy times here. For the lead of the LMP2 group. Moving down to LMP3 or LMP3.
LMP3.
Yeah, GTE. You know, it's just my logical mind thinking. We still have DHR Team Pro in the lead there with about 4 seconds gap on Ronin Simsport right now.
So I figured out. So looking at Romson Gaming just said the number 99 NSR Silver. The reason why they were able to get that lead, they didn't take fresh tires.
So sort of as I was hypothesizing, maybe a few teams could be gaining through the age-old strategy of not taking tires. Not sure how that is, how the tire deg is here. Maybe if we can get some reports on what kind of tire deg people are getting on the one stint, or maybe people are going to want to hold that information to themselves. But honestly, I don't think it's that much of a mystery. Different setups, though, will get different tire deg, that's for sure. And for an endurance race, might be advantageous for someone to, key their setup on the lowest tire deg that they can, so they can double stint tires effectively.
Yeah, the track seems to be maintaining its temperature. Last time I checked, it actually went down 1 degree Celsius. It's at it just went down another degree. The track's now at 39 degrees Celsius. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Celsius, that's 102 degrees Fahrenheit.
So still the heat of the afternoon here in Spain. I imagine it gets hot in Spain. I don't know if there's any Spaniards on who can attest, but I'm pretty sure it gets pretty damn hot.
Well, on the news, I mean, it's snowing in Spain, either last night or currently.
Well, they do have winter, apparently.
Well, I'm just saying in general.
No, that's funny. Focusing in now on the Ronin Simsport car with Gabriel Erdely at the wheel. Erdely, gosh, guys, help me out with these pronunciations. I'm not sure what nationality Gabe is, but he's running a great race right now. Just about 5 seconds back of the Chevy of DHR Team Pro, but in a comfortable second place, with another 5 seconds back to 24-hour Moglinger. With right now we have Yannick Bleich at the wheel of the Aqua car here. Then moving back, it looks like Porsche Sport is still holding steady there in fourth, about another 3 seconds back. And then for further seconds down the road, Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing with Kevin Poen at the wheel.
Erdely seems how it's said.
Okay, that's hit up forvo.com for all your pronunciation needs. They've got a lot of words. It's a crowdsourced pronunciation platform, which is really useful for situations like this. Moving back in GTE class to 6th place, we got Bro Sim Racing. Alex Gal at the wheel of what looks like a Chevy. So, you know, looking down the field, the first time we get to a non-Chevy or Porsche is going to be P11. NJP Performance seems to be running a Ferrari, and then N-Race
interesting.
Esports in a Ford, which I love. I love just seeing that. Let's continue going through the GTE field. Just behind Bro is Core Motorsports. Antonio is driving that car. Antonio Pace. Again, our pronunciations are key here. We're butchering them all, I'm sure, and apologizing for that. DHR Team Am running in what looks like the 8th spot in class, another 4.4 seconds back, 4.8 seconds back. And Team Bushvink GTE behind them. With Joris Thielen at the wheel. Let's bring them up here. Here we go. Then running in 10th, Junkos Racing Esports. Not sure how their race has gone. Manuel Scoli at the wheel. At our Le Mans event, they were up in the top 3, I believe, maybe finishing 3rd, but not having as good a day as of now. There's still a lot of race to go. Next, we'll check in on our Ferrari, the NJB performance car with Marco Erdmann at the wheel. There's the top Ferrari in the field. The first place in Ferrari, guys. Looks like they're dealing with a lot of LMP traffic coming through right now. Garage 69, next back. With Bart Dicatere at the wheel. Then the N-Race Esports Ford, there they are, that distinctive rear exhaust configuration that the Ford has. Jordan Froon at the wheel.
I do want to throw a shout out to Romson Gaming. They've been giving us some information, which is very helpful. Talking about the LMP2 tires, they say about 30 to 40% deg per stint. Especially the left rear. Double stints are possible, but a little risky, especially in the beginning here. So I definitely thank you very much, Romson Gaming, for that information.
Great. Next Level Racing is our next car as we kind of go through the GTE field. We're here at number 14. 14th position. Still a competitive field up here. And pit stops may be happening soon for this class, guys. We're at 59 minutes, so expecting to see that soon. We'll try and keep an eye on that as it comes to pass. Meanwhile, looking back at our... we're going to pop back up to our leader over here and see how that they're making out. Still, we got Patrick Pelchat at the wheel of this machine, the 102 car. Looks like they're enjoying a pretty smooth run so far, doing a great job with traffic. Haven't suffered any issues. It looks like they're in a fairly clear section of track right now, having just passed the DHR Team Pro car, which is running in first in GTE with what looks like quite a healthy margin themselves. So right now, Fuga's enjoying about a 7-second lead over Garage 69 back here, working through traffic themselves. And then if we push back, we're going to pick up Freedom Maple Syrup. Also working lap 40 here. Showing Fusion Simsport in 4th in the official standings. Here they are with Henry Handy at the wheel. Looks like they've got Indy Autosport White riding along with them, who are a lap down.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a battle between them. That's gonna.
Yeah, if I'm looking at MJR and Indy Autosport White are kind of at it here, but Fusion Simsport is working lap 40. They're both working lap 40. Okay, so that's a battle, as well as the MJR team right behind. So these 3 cars that we're watching are all for position, as best I can tell. A lot of maneuvering going on, and there goes Indy Autosport White through the gap.
It's so far for NSR Silver not taking that, not taking those tires. Kind of helped him. He's maintained that 3rd position in LMP2s.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out towards the end of the stint, Josh.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if they can maintain, but time will tell.
Yeah, I mean they're halfway. They're about halfway through their stint now, because we just passed the. Well, it's a little late, but the hour mark, first hour is already passed by. So we got another 11 hours and 57 minutes.
10 hours and 57 minutes, but yeah.
Oh, thank you. Mathematics, right?
Yeah, right. Time on the fly is not always easiest for the human brain to compute.
Oh,
looks like someone into the pits. Is that what you're seeing there?
Yeah, I was literally just about to say Porsche Sport just went into the pits.
I caught them out of the corner of my eye during that battle. They're into the pits. Let's head back to the battle because it's way more interesting.
I'm going to keep an eye on that Porsche Sport. See if his early pitting here will help him get that lead back that he lost at the beginning of the race.
So Fusion Simsport and MJR battling for position here. It's always tricky to make out the LMP ones from the LMPs, twos for me. But they're certainly going at it here. But monitoring.
And the leader.
Yeah, go ahead.
GTE leader, DHR Team Pro, just went into the pits now. So we're going to be probably seeing, and then second place, Ronin Simsport just came in.
Simsport, here they are entering the pits, and 24-hour Moglinger, we'll see what they're going to do here as they come around towards pit entry. Yep, there they go, into pit lane. So pit stop time for the GTEs, guys, and here goes Bro Sim Racing as well. We'll see what slow motion they're going to do here.
I'd like to see what this Porsche Sport does with the early pit time. We're going to see how these top 5 of the GTEs come out, because they were not too far behind each other. So if some had an extra second or two of repair, that could be a position. So we'll see how these guys come out here in the next few laps.
Yeah, and great question, Josh. I mean, in a 12-hour race, do you take those extra seconds of repair or not? You know, we're monitoring the pit lane for exits here, I believe, if I've got this set correctly. But I'm not sure I'm really picking anything up. It looks like the entry to turn 1 is just at the bottom of the screen. But let's see where DHR Pro. Here they come, coming out of the pit lane. DHR Team Pro here, the second car in shot there. And they're leaving with BroSim Racing just ahead on lap 38. So it looks like BroSim Racing, maybe they didn't take tires, and they've now got the lead of the race, guys, or virtual lead, once everyone cycles through, presumably. So Alex Gall of BroSim Racing not taking tires. Perhaps we're hypothesizing, but can't see much other way he could have gotten out in front here. We'll see how, as the standings cycle through, whether he should pop up on the top. Got other cars now coming in on lap 38. DHR Team AM, Juncos Racing, NJB Performance, some of the teams pitting.
Right now between Porsche Sport and SCR, man, there's a battle. Like, Porsche Sport wants past him, but he keeps shutting them down, and he just got past him.
Let's see if we can pick that up, guys.
It's a little late now, so.
Right, sure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very interested to see if the strategy from Porsche Sport played out for them or not, and we gotta wait.
I'm pretty sure getting hit was not part of their strategy, but
no.
But picking up on Porsche Sport now, looks like Ryan Parkin's now in the car for the gold and black. As LMP traffic works past.
Yeah, they are.
In numbers 3 wide. Oh, baby. Good job, Ryan. Welcome to the race.
Here's cold tires and 3 wide. Have fun.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they
quieting down a little bit.
Gain anything from that.
Yeah, I'm showing them an 8th right now. Things are still cycling through. I don't really trust any of it, but
yeah.
Let's see how the GTE class plays out over the next couple moments.
N-Race Esports, the leader, quote unquote, just came in as well, so that's another position. Garage 69 has not pitted yet. So they'll be coming in soon. Bro just came in just now. Also, DHR Team Pro had a driver change. Colin, you're way better at names than I am, so I'll let you have that one.
Yeah, it looks like DHR Team Pro. We've got Caio Vinicius Gaspar in the car. Caio, I'm not sure how to pronounce the very first name, so I'm probably butchering that as well. But looks like they are showing in, well, depends where you look. Looks like they're showing in first in class now. Let's see if I can. Let's just limit ourselves to class 3 on the ticker. There we go. Yeah, Gaspar seems to be holding the lead over Adei. So we're back as we were, if you will, with N-Race Esports, though, also working lap 40 showing in sim as the race leader in their Ford. But I imagine that's a pit cycling issue. Yeah, they didn't pit till lap 39, so it's lap 40 now. They're probably on their out lap and will drop down as soon as GHR crosses the line again, as they're about to do.
Yep, they're about to cycle this whole thing.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Race standings have updated. But looks like about a 2-second gap back to Ronin Simsport. So still quite a good battle here in the pro category, or in
it
the
doesn't look like a
GTE.
mixed. Tightened it up a little bit, not too much. Maybe first and second. Yep, and then it looks like that strategy didn't pay out for Porsche Sport because they're still in fourth. So.
Yeah, they're still in fourth. Core Motorsports seems to have gotten a little bit of the better on that exchange in their Chevy, now up to third. I'm wondering if they didn't take tires as well, because I'm probably confusing myself, but let's see if we can pick up the core team here. There we are. Interesting livery with the gray on the nose and the yellow in the back. Like two different cars if you're coming or going. But
yeah, I like it.
Antonio at the wheel there. And working lap 41.
Ooh, it looks like Next Level's been. How long have they been in there? Looks like Next Level Racing by SJS Esports. They've been in the pits for a while. The car looks a little beat up too, so they've had some
you must be
issues.
talking about. You're talking about the LMP1 car. Right now we're focused on their GTE car. He's out on track. He's running in fifth.
No, I'm talking about the other one. They have two cars.
Right, that's
number 69.
Yeah. Okay, they have two cars in the class. Wow. Okay. Yep, 69 car is in the pits. Yeah, looks like they're getting some body work done, and so forth. So, let's check in on LMP2, who presumably will be the next group to pit again. We still got TC Corsa Esports in the lead in class.
Ooh.
With about 4 seconds on Leo Racing at the moment.
NSR Silver just avoided an accident there. Coming out. What car is that? Number 28. With Next Level Racing LMP1 car. Now they got a little turned around there.
Now focusing in on the LMP1 you were mentioning, that Next Level Racing, a beautiful paint job, a nice kind of chrome green jobby there. That looks really nice.
That seems like the theme between Next Level Racing is that green and yellow chrome.
That makes sense. Taking full advantage of the probably the latest spec map and bitmap attributes of the paint files. Really nice highlights there. Looks like a Christmas tree. Something. As they pass the Juncos machine. Unfortunately, they're showing right now a couple laps down, running 8th, last in class. Having a tough day at Next Level LMP1. Right now, Marvin Amon's still in the car, I believe. He's been in the car the whole time. Meanwhile, back in the LMP2 field, I want to check here how we're doing. It looks like Leo Racing running second has picked up another second, catching up to TC Corsa, but it's pretty nip and tuck. You know, I think it's a matter of the rhythm of traffic and so forth. We're working through the field there. Behind them, we got NSR Silver coming around the last corner right now. The last corner of the track is called New Holland, which is an interesting story. New Holland is actually a global brand of agricultural machinery. But it was a company that founded in 1895 in New Holland, Pennsylvania, of all places.
Oh, wow.
And it was acquired by Sperry Corporation in 1947, then by Ford Motor Company in 1986, and finally purchased by Fiat in 1991, right around the time the track was being built. You know, and I guess right now the company is owned by Fiat, and you know, it's just funny to me how it, you know, a company named in America, the New World, quote unquote, after a country in Europe, i.e. Holland, and then ends up being owned by a European company in coming full circle in some weird way. Although Italy is not Holland, but
well, that's also
yeah.
interesting because like Fiat, like it just seems like they're buying everybody. You know.
Just jumping in here, Leo Racing in the pits, guys. Lap 48 taking their first stop, or their next stop, second stop rather. And I don't see anybody else who's really pitting right now on that class. They may be trying to do the undercut. Here's TC Corsa out on track still. We'll see if they're going to come in this time around. Leo Racing also taking a look as I am here to see if they're taking a driver swap. Not sure how many stints Michel is planning to do. They are shortish stints, so he may be in line for one more. I see the front end of the car moving, so it looks like they're taking tires. Yep, there we go.
They're taking tires.
Interesting graphic of the rear tires are spinning. I don't know if Michel hit the gas or how precise our modeling is on the visuals here, but you know, TC Corsa is still out on track, coming around, I think, to complete another lap here as Leo Racing is just pulling out of the pits. Will they be going in this time on the TC Corsa side? No, they are not. So continuing on, I don't know if Leo decided to, you know, I don't know what kind of, whether there's a difference in fuel mileage or what's the story there. But now checking in the third place in LMP2 is Indy Autosport Red. Well, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just a tracking thing, because I haven't called their name before this. I show them in game as running, you know, in like seventh. NSR Silver now taking over second spot, given the pit stop by Leo.
Yeah, they're still running. They're still running those second stint tires and holding on to that third spot. Obviously now second because of the pit. But you know, it looks like that strategy worked for them. So, I mean, they're gonna have to take tires. They have to.
Yeah, presumably this time they'll be taking tires. But the double stint working for NSR. Interesting to see how that plays out over the whole race. Presumably it could really play to their advantage. Showing in fourth right now, I'm going to go with Banzu. Let's see how they're doing. They're running out in fourth now that Leo has fallen back.
Well, what's an interesting to look at is VenomWorks Endurance, the number 19, and the Ronin SimSport, number 81. They're pretty close. So it'd be interesting to see what their pit strategies are going to be like when being near each other. I wanted to say thanks to Romeson Gaming for that one. P7 to P9 are pretty close, is what they're saying.
And TC Corsa, the leader in class LMP2, now in the pits for their second stop, lap 50, so going 2 laps longer than Leo Racing, who seem to be their closest competitor. We'll see what NSR Silver is doing. It looks like they've just passed into turn 1 again, so not pitting yet. Banzu doing the same into turn 1. Venom Works in the pit lane. Legends Racing, who I believe had a real crappy go around the first round and didn't get very far at all. Looks like they're having a little bit of a better time today. Show them running in 9th in class. Showing them right now on our screen. Adam Kell at the wheel.
And it looks like the number 19 and 81 are coming to the pit same time. So I'm going to keep an eye on these guys, see if any lead change or any change comes out.
Ronan Simsport, quite a few GTs coming in, as well as Legends. We're showing just behind these guys. We're going to keep an eye on this picture, although I don't expect a big change overall. NSR Silver absolutely maximizing this whole thing right now. They're coming down the pit straight, the front straight again, having stayed out for another lap.
What I find kind of funny right now is Ronan Simsport and Venom Works 81 and 19 respectively. They both pitted at the same time, and they both swapped positions in the pit lanes. So I think near the end, watching these guys and see how they come out of these pits is going to be interesting, because they're going to leave at the same time. Like,
all right, let's see if we can pick up on that.
oh, and it looks like Ronan has some more. I guess he's getting some damage repaired. So Venom Works doesn't have that pressure on them anymore from Ronan. So there goes that excitement.
That's okay. It may come back to us later in the race. But looks like by and large at this point, most of the front runners have done their pit stops, although NSR, let's pick them up, see what they're going to do here as they come towards the end of another lap.
Wow, they haven't pitted. Oh, they're pitting right now.
Here they go into the pit lane just at the entrance to New Holland.
I am interested to know what their tires are like. If they came in later than all the other leaders, and I'm interested to see how their tires are.
Yeah, maybe you can pop down to their chat and check in with them. I don't know, but something to think about. But that leaves Banzu is also in the pit lane. So it looks like we're going to be swapping back over to TC Corsa here, picking them up on track. See if they'll be in the lead, or will Leo Racing have done the overcut successfully. Look at them, but Leo is up the track just a little bit on TC Corsa, so it looks like the undercut worked for them. They got their tires up to temp and took off, man. So really exciting there. A change of position for the lead in the LMP2 class. Yep, they're just about it looks like a couple seconds up the road. I'm showing 2.3 seconds right now on my interval for Leo over the other team. Michelle Sangali continues at the wheel for Leo, whereas TC Corsa looks like they've got a new driver, Hayata Asaga, if I'm not mistaken, is at the wheel. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too badly, but good stuff, guys, good stuff. Still a long way to go. Anybody's race there. But you guys are doing great. Now I'm going to check back up at the top on the leaders. Looks like we have Fuga Simsport in the pits at this moment. So the pit cycle's going through for the LMP category.
Indy Autosport White.
We've got Fuga exiting the pit lane right now.
Second place just came in.
Freedom Maple Syrup is now in the pit lane. MJR still out on track right now. Looks like they're in turn 1, so have gone by for the time being. Garage 69 in the pit lane now, just jumping into their slot. Enter name here racing. Still out on track. Running 6th according to my standings, with Chris Demkohler in the car. I'm sure I'm butchering that name too. Indy Autosport White out on track still. Showing in the official standings in 4th, with Drew Becker now at the wheel of that car. So they're recovering well, sort of leading everybody on that particular lap anyway. Now Garage 69 just coming out of the pits into turn 1, running in 3rd place. They're working lap 59, whereas Indy Autosport White working lap 58. MJR, things are a little bit in flux here in the standings on the MJR seems to have recaptured 4th, working lap 59. Robin Zipfel at the wheel. So interesting stuff. And as the pits cycle through, some excitement with the standings in flux, creating artificial excitement, should I say. We've been paying attention to the LMP2 battle, so that's been exciting. But we're coming up on the hour-and-a-half mark, about a minute away from that, as we follow MJR. Freedom Maple Syrup here, working their way through lap traffic as well. It's about a 13-second gap, if I'm not mistaken, up to the lead of the race. So Fuga is really making hay here and doing a good job with it. With what I would call a fairly commanding lead at this time. Now we've got a new driver on the Fuga car. Mike Wiskopsiker is in the car. Yeah, we try. I'll tell you a funny story about the name thing. I used to, I don't know if any of you guys have ever worked a phone job where you have to kind of cold call people. I worked at this company in my early days in New York City, where I had to call, a whole list of people and offer them a free subscription to some industry magazine or other. Was different ones at different times, but you'd be given a name and you had to call and say, is so and so there? So you had to come up with something. So it's challenging, but it gets you to sort of scan and be ready to make an attempt to say someone's name in a way that's at least intelligible and they could tell who you wanted to talk to.
Yeah, I used to run a carpet cleaning business for my father, and we would have to. I would go to the job site, and some of the street names and trying to explain and say the street names, or even like a customer's name coming up to the door. Hey, are you so and so? And you're like, oh. And this was back in the early 2000s, and so like you didn't have the whole internet thing to help you with translation. You're like, uh-oh, well, here we go with this one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was this was definitely pre-internet in those days too. It was phone was state-of-the-art communications. So yeah, difficult. It's weird times.
Interesting to see Fuga's coming up on some traffic right now.
Yep, there's quite a few cars there they're dealing with.
Fusion SimSport must have used the boost on the straightaway to get away from Fuga, but I think Fuga's going to catch him anyways, regardless.
So we're at 90 minutes, guys. I think it's a good time for us to take a commercial break. We're going to we're going to step away for just about a minute or two as we run an ad for our primary sponsor. Thanks, guys.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join moveupLynchburg.org today.
All right, guys, we are back. Tuned in right now to the Garage 69 car. Who are right now just working through traffic of the LMP2 class. Let's see if we can update the ticker back to all classes here. Yeah. right now back up front with Fuga Sim Sport. They're in pretty clear air right now. Still doing well, although it looks like the gap to Freedom Maple Syrup has come down by quite a few seconds. We can work it out here. Here comes Fuga going around kind of the last couple of corners. And Freedom Maple Syrup, we'll look at where they are. Oh, they're almost a lap behind it with Lapeer. That might maybe there's some glitch in my mistake with as someone re-enters there. Oh my goodness, very interesting. But you got a ton of cars there. They're working their way through. With Indy Autosport White right behind them, a lap down from them, clearly. But again, just trying to get a handle on where we are here on the track. I think Freedom is working through the back half of the course here, coming around now to the final couple right-handers. Yep, with all the cones and so forth. Onto the front straight here around New Holland. Yep. And Fuga Sim Sport really not too far behind them. Alex Davidson in Freedom Maple Syrup car is working lap 66 right now, while Fuga Sim Sports just started lap 67. So looks like Fuga is getting set to lap the Freedom Maple Syrup car if they can manage it. Both cars having done a 124.7 on the last lap. That seems like it's still going to be an uphill battle, but not sure what happened with the Freedom Maple Syrup car.
And maybe because they just changed drivers out, maybe that getting into his new rhythm.
Yeah. Well, Alex Davidson in the car may have had some kind of issue.
Yeah, because there's a lap where he was 12 seconds slow.
12 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
It wasn't the pit.
No, it was like 6 laps after.
Yeah. Okay. So that could be an issue. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see whether the replays will cooperate here. It seems like there was an incident on lap 64.
Yeah, and he's coming into the pits right now.
I've hit the replay button, but it seems like we're not going to get our replay. My bad, guys. Apologies. But
so
go ahead.
Yeah, the Freedom Maple Syrup is in the pits right now, so I'm able to watch the replay. I'll let you guys know what happened. So.
Following the Garage 69 card right now. Okay, go ahead. Let us know.
So he the number. Sorry. Give me a second. So they did get into a race accident. They hit the number 268 car. They got sideways in one of the corners and bent up their front splitter. So they're in for damage. So
right,
that sucks. That
it's
hurts.
Tough luck. Yeah, looking at the incident now myself, there's a number of cars involved. It looks like just ahead there was a number of cars, a spin from a the 48 car in LMP2 actually tagged the 41 car Taipan Endurance, and then based on avoidance of that, one of the cars rolled into the Freedom Maple Syrup car and bent up their left front or right front pretty bad. Maybe left front.
Yeah. It's actually it's in turn 5.
Yeah, left front. Really, really a shame. Let's see if we can get back to some action here. Sorry about the view. Not sure what's happening with my camera here. We've got cars on the track. Why won't it focus on them? Let's apply that. How
Just
interesting.
Remember, yeah. So
seems to really like this this random angle. We'll get the. We're going to pull things back up to normal. I may have set things out of whack by sending the broadcast software into the searching for replay mode.
While you're figuring that out,
yeah, go
Freedom
ahead.
Maple Syrup looks like they're back on the track. They only lost 1 position. Granted, they're a lap behind, but they did only lose 1 position because of that. Nope, I'm wrong. Now they're in second now.
Yeah, let's let it cycle through. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if they were in the pits for repairs, I can't imagine that they're still ahead of the other guys.
No, they. Let's see. Actually, they did come out ahead of Garage 69, but Garage 69 is probably a little bit behind them. You know, probably 10 seconds behind them. So,
all right,
they were able to keep that second place position. But I'm wondering if that damage might have slowed them down a little bit more. So Garage 69 might be able to catch them. So let's keep an eye on that for later on down the road. Keep that. Right now, there's a pretty decent battle for third between 3 cars. Team Bushfink, Core Motorsports, and Porsche Sport. Porsche Sport's right on Core Motorsports rear end, trying to look for a pass at some point. So we got some battles still going on in the GTEs.
looks like we've got some issue with this camera control here. I'm just going to take a moment here. We're going to run an advertisement, and we'll be right back, hopefully with updated stream.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
All right, guys, we're back. We've got our camera back, and focusing in on Fuga Sim Sports, still running out front in the race. Right now, they're in a pretty commanding position in LMP1 due to the unfortunate incidents we had just been discussing with Freedom Maple Syrup. Freedom Maple Syrup now working lap 71 while Fuga's on lap 72. So full lap of advantage. Freedom Maple probably just over a lap behind, so not impossible that they would kind of regain the lead lap, but right now it looks like an uphill battle for sure overall. Here's the Freedom Maple Syrup guys. They've spent a little bit of time in the pits, still racing through traffic, of course. Shown in third right now, Garage 69. They are here shown. They're a little bit behind. They're also running on the same lap as Freedom. So that's the status there. MJR Racing Team shown in fourth. Also running probably another lap down. Yeah. So Fuga Simsport currently running starting lap 73, Freedom on lap 72, Garage 69 lap 72, India Autosport White lap 71, just starting 72, and MJR on 71 as well as Fusion Simsport. We'll bring them on screen for a moment. Here they are working through lap traffic, working lap 71. Enter name here, also 71. So a whole bunch of teams 2 laps down. That's going to be a battle that we'll follow over the next 10 hours or so. And finally, Next Level Racing working lap 70. That's the LMP1 class. Right now, going back to LMP2, we've got Leo Racing on point here. And it looks like they now have a fairly commanding lead over TC Corsa Esports running in second. The timing screens keep flipping around. 10 seconds maybe is what I'm seeing. So let's kind of eyeball it and see if we can figure that out as they work through the left-hander, which is, I think, Lakeisha corner, and now coming around, the last 3 turns of the course, turn 11, 12, 13, all very fast right-handers. It starts with the Bank Sabadell is the name for T11, Europe Car, which is a rental car company in Europe, turn 12, and then turn 13, the New Holland corner, which we had been discussing.
There's a pretty good battle going on for 4th place between Porsche Sport and Core Motorsports. Porsche's been looking around him, trying to get around.
That battle has been brewing for some time. Looking right now at the TC Corsa car, which is now just starting the lap. So yeah, about 11 seconds right now behind the Leo Racing Team. Let's check in on GTE and that battle you're mentioning. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Yes, hammer and tongs. They are at it. We've got Porsche Sport with Core Motorsports alongside, going into the next corner here. Exciting stuff, guys.
Ooh.
Almost rubbing. Oh my gosh! Wow.
Oh man.
And backing out of it looks like to be Porsche Sport for the moment after going neck and neck through what I think is the Renault curve. Now down the hill and into the kink at Worth, and with a lapper coming up, an LMP as they take the inside of Compsa corner and head downhill towards the hard left-hander at Lacacia. On the inside again, trying to make it happen is Ryan Parkins in the Porsche Sport car, driving against Antonio Pescia of Core Motorsports. Really exciting stuff here. Nice to have a battle to focus on for a couple minutes here. And now it looks like Antonio has pulled out a couple of tenths. That's about it.
Here comes some traffic at him,
as comes more lappers, luckily on the straight where it's easy to deal with. Ryan showing his nose to Antonio as they go into turn 1.
And it seems like Porsche Sport they're a little bit quicker through this section. At least last time they were, but we're going to see if he takes that look inside again.
Yeah, here they are in the Repsol corner, that Parabolica-like corner, although I think it's a little bit smaller. Parabolica is such a huge one. And Porsche Sport almost catches them at the wrong time and is forced to kind of brake and give up a few seconds or a few tenths here. The gap now at 7 tenths. I mean, not much, but lapping cars also playing a factor, as I think it's the Garage 69 car that just went. Oh, that would be the VenomWorks car. We're running now in 3rd apparently. But let's see if Ryan can close right back up. And I'm going to point out that the 6th place car is now only another second or so back. We can see it in the shot occasionally here.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't flat spot those tires or heat him up too much in that braking, because he had to stomp on that hard. And good on him for making it through that, and not making it worse, because it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, right. He may be taking a little bit of a breather from the constant pressure. 6 tenths, 7 tenths. I mean, they may feel that they can get him in the pit cycle, which should be coming up in the next 10 minutes or so for these GTE cars.
Yeah, and then they got the lap. That's the number 69 Next Level Racing ahead.
Yeah, Next Level Racing, the 69 car, and then ahead of them is Century Sim Racing with a very bent rear wing on their Porsche entry. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! What just happened? Looks like Next Level got either overran the corner or got punted.
I think it was a
not
slight.
Sure about that. Could be a little bit of net code, but as I look at the Next Level car, they are making their way out of the gravel, and it's hard to tell in the gravel, but they might have some bent wheel here. Anyway, moving on with this this battle here. Let's see if we can get a better look at it. Yeah, there they are. They're still in contact. Antonio's gotten a breather for now, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like that Porsche got the Next Level Porsche got a little bit of a punt. Not too bad, but they might have overdrove that corner. Had to brake too hard, and then...
Well, now here comes the L&P traffic coming through. My goodness. Oh, and almost nudging the back. And now they're side by side due to that traffic. And meanwhile, up ahead,
Oh, he's looking. He's looking.
The Century Sim car. Oh, on the inside. On the inside. Looks like Porsche Sport might get it. Oh, they're still in side by side. Now they line up around the corner with more L&P traffic behind them, and trying to deal with that GTE car that's a lap down up ahead of them. Now Porsche Sport manages to put a LMP between the two. Exciting stuff. Great driving by Ryan and Antonio, both keeping it together there. Very impressive.
Yeah, this traffic is definitely keeping them together too. You know, Porsche got that pass, but like he can't break away. He's trying to get that breakaway, but the draft is just keeping Antonio right with him. So
Just
we'll
want to
see.
call out Leo Racing, the leader of the LMP2 class, just coming out of the pits, lap 73. So 25 laps after their last stop. It seems to be, and Danielle Pizzo is now in the car, making me hungry. That's probably a tacky reference, but okay. Now Core Motorsports getting past the lap traffic of Stuart Noonan and Century Sim Racing, just behind what we're focused on, which is the Porsche Sport car of Ryan Parkins. Great racing there, guys.
Yeah, it was an exciting bit. You know, good job on both teams. You know, Antonio and Alex. You know, getting through that traffic, keeping it clean. You know, that was exciting.
Yeah, now it looks like Porsche Sport is slowly pulling out a second. We're going to catch up here now with DHR Team Pro, who are they leading? No, they are not. They are second to Ronin Simsport at the moment, with what looks like actually a 16-second gap. So
Yeah,
Ronin Simsport up the road here in their orange, white, and black. Looks like a Porsche.
Yeah. You said DHR team?
Yeah, the DHR Team Pro is in second. Ronin Simsport right now holding the fast lap of the race as well in GTE, which is at a 138 flat, basically, 138.041. Really good lap. Looking at the other cars around them, really nobody else within 0.3 of them. DHR has a 138.3, and Team Bushvink running in third currently also has a 138.3. So really pretty exciting there. I want to go back to the Porsche Sport battle and see how this is going. See if we have any real developments there. Yeah, it looks like Antonio is now fallen back and is now in the clutches of the next car back, which is Kevin Poland in the Next Level Racing #1 car.
Ooh. Oh, never mind.
So there are the two of them. So Kevin's been running strong and catching up on the pair as they were battling, and now it's just taken a half second over the last lap time of Antonio, and we'll see if Antonio will settle in and maybe just stabilize his lead over Kevin, or whether they will fall into a battle here. So let us know your comments, guys. How's the battle? How's the broadcast going? Yeah, Reggie, I see your comments. Yeah, the standings just kind of pogo around until things stabilize. I know it's off. We're keeping an eye on the actual standings. I see Freedom showing in second.
TC Corsa is in the pits. I don't know if you covered that. Alrighty, we just passed the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, I know we just had LMP 2 pit stops, I think, should be happening. Leo pitted on lap 73. TC Corsa is just in the pits, as you mentioned. Of the other top 5, Venom Works, let's check in on them. Gosh, they've got 2 teams, so it's a little confusing. So their prototype is, let's take a look at the prototype. Here we go. They're still out. Venom Works, clearly. The prototype, there's a Venom Works prototype and a Venom Works Endurance. Venom Works prototype running in 2nd, I believe, and Endurance team running in 6th. NSR Silver, focusing in on them. They are, sorry guys, just catching up with what's going on. They are maybe on their, they last pitted on lap 52, so they should be coming in soon. I believe NSR is the team that double stinted their tires earlier.
Yes.
So they are running in 2nd. It's really doing well for them. They're running 2nd right now. Now they're going to do for a pit stop, though.
I'm going to pit, see if they're going to, because they double stinted those tires. That means they're on basically, quote unquote, new tires from last pit stop. I wonder if they're going to continue that routine.
That's right. Whether they're going to, focusing in now on Banzhou, RX Flow. I have no idea if that's a continence product, you know, help me with my flow or what. But anyway, they are working lap 77. They've last pitted on lap 52, so they should be pitting any time. Seems like it's about a 25 lap stint. If you can get it to go longer, you might have an advantage. The Venomworks prototype, I think they are going to be in the pits or coming out. They pitted on lap 76 and working 77 right now, so on their out lap. But Daniel Hernandez got on in the car. Let's take a look, find out where Leo Racing is right now. Looks like they're working lap 77. Everybody, this field is quite tight in the LMP2 category, with at least 5 cars, I think, on the lead lap in class, and with pit stops going on. It's hard to say what's happening. Yeah, here we have Banzhou RX Flow pulling into pit lane. NSR Silver having stayed out still. Here they come past the pit exit. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. That's we'll see now as they're sort of mid lap. We're going to see if they come in here at the end of this lap.
Oh, something that we haven't looked at in a while. Let's see what kind of track temps we're looking at. Wow, tracks went down 4 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, the track time right now is 4:44 p.m. So it's gonna start to cool down. It's a May time frame, so the day is fairly long. Still a few hours till dark, but definitely temperatures starting to come down. And they're in NSR Silver in the pit lane. We're going to take a look and see if they take tires or not. Sorry, guys, if we're outing your strategy, but it's too exciting to pass up.
Well, a wise other LMP team would already be paying attention to that kind of information, because I know when we do our other races, I do pay attention to the other drivers and see where they're at with their fuel and if they're double stinting their tires or not to kind of place. So I mean, all this information is available to all the other teams, whether or not you're picking it up, and you're
sure
ready.
it is. 26 car of Reaper Racing in right behind them, and I did not see that car go up on the jacks, Josh.
Neither did I.
So we'll see how this plays out. It's going to be exciting. With them coming out of the pit lane, Leo Racing is where they are. Right now, it looks like they're in the left-hander, obviously.
Yeah, they're about to go through the chicane.
Yep, heading downhill towards Verth, which is the chicane there. Uphill through Kamsa, the very fast right, and then down to Lacacia, and then our trio of fast right-handers.
What happened to Porsche? They are 3 Porsche support.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Are we getting to pit stops again for those guys? I see some guys have pitted. Yeah, so pit stops happening in the GT3 category, GTE category here at Catalunya as we hit around 2 hours, just over 2 hours for sure. That would be a pit window for these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy pit lane. So
and focusing in on Ronan Simsport, the leader in GTE, is in the pits.
And
DHR, go ahead,
DHR Team Pro second place is coming in right behind them. And I would assume next level racing is actually
everybody's
going to
be pitting around this. Okay, just going to see if they go up on the jacks or not. I don't know in GTE if it's realistic to double stint any tires. I think we heard that it was questionable. Was that GTE we were talking about then? I can't remember.
I think so.
There they go, up on the jacks. So they're taking tires. DHR Team Pro pitted right in front of them. So we'll be able to see the two, these two front-running teams in the GTE class, see their race off pit road. I don't think there'll be much of a race as DHR came in, several seconds behind. But let's see what happens. There goes the Ronin car, and DHR still up on the jacks. Should watch Ronin Simsport return to the track.
And it looks like Fuga already pitted. Even the LMP ones are starting to pit too.
Yeah, Fuga Simsport pitting on their lap 85. And still holding the lead, which is a testament to how far ahead they are right now. They've got a long way to go, though. I mean, we've seen many endurance races where that leader early on does not prevail. So it's a long race.
Yeah, I think it was the 24-hour event. I think fourth place, I can't remember, came up, and I think he ended up winning the race, or at least he was leading for a while, and he was a lap down at one point. So anything could happen. They could be a GTE could get tangled up right in front of him, and then
anytime it can happen. Anytime. One wrong choice, two drivers going for the same apex. It only takes a moment.
But I mean, I like watching Fuga drive, or Mike Westkopseeker. I butchered it. I'm sorry. He just has that car on rails. It is just, I enjoy watching him drive. It's like a robot.
Yeah, let's ride with him for a lap or so in cockpit. See how it looks from his perspective. So here he's catching up in LMP2. That was Sam Bentham in the Ronin Simsport LMP2. And next up the road is Artie Boschart in Stage 1 Racing, LMP2. Thanks for work with him. Now a GTE. DHR Team M with Jorge Menezes. nice when they come one at a time when you're lapping. It's kind of a luxury, I would say.
They're
to
also
have one
coming
at
to
a
the
time.
right point too. Just
Right.
he's
when
getting
they're
to them at the right time.
Not both shooting for the same apex. Plenty of space. So there's a lap around the track just about. We're going into turn 1 now. I think we picked him up on the stretch between turn 3 and 4. Here he comes. He's coming up on another LMP2, Peter Johansson and DGTCR. But a lap around the track there. See a lot of pitting happening in the LMP1 class. We've got here's Garage 69. I think they might be on their outlap. Matthias Wasser in the car. Still got the Freedom Maple Syrup guys running in second spot overall.
Your N-Race Esports, your Ford GT, he's leading the race or leading the GTE class right now. So
yeah, well, he hasn't pitted. Yeah, he hasn't pitted for a while since lap 39. So let's go focus in on him and his moment of glory here. Yeah, we got Jordan Froon in the car. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Jordan. Congrats on leading. And would love to see the Ford. Nice to see more of them, honestly. Let's see what let's see the onboard with the Ford. Definitely using all the track, and he's coming into the pits. It is that pit window for the Ford. So we'll pick it up the in-car with Ronan Simsport and Anthony Larson at the wheel at this time.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like he's got a nice button box installed there on the right. That's one piece I have not invested in yet for my sim rig, is a button box. And it looks like he's dealing right now with a lapper. Yeah, close stuff with Lucas Florian of Slow Motion V.E.C.
It'd be easy to build one of those with an Arduino.
Yeah.
I think.
So Anthony Larson tracking through turns 11, 12, 13 with a prototype right behind who's being nice and polite, very careful. The 777 of Andy Ticehurst at the wheel. They are past now, but running back in class quite a bit. A couple laps down from the leading LMP2.
That's good. It's nice to see that because, I mean, being that far back, you know, you don't want to mess with somebody else's lead, you know. And that's good
right.
that he recognized them. You got to give him some props.
That's right.
I recognize that.
Yeah. So back to our leader in LMP1 class, Fuga Sim Sport, getting all the attention today. So they're stars today, doing a great job. But we'll see how it plays out, right? Freedom Maple Syrup right now is not pitted, has on and off strategy now. So now shown on, I believe, the same lap 93. Yep, they're on the same lap for the time being. And there's a ways to go. Anything can happen. Fuga can run into some trouble just like Freedom did. So things have sort of settled in, I think, at this point. We've got Fuga Sim Sport heading up the LMP1 class, Leo Racing heading up LMP2 with about a 15-second gap on TC Corsa. And then in the LMP, I was going to say LMP3 again, GTE class, Ronin Sim Sport with 11 seconds on DHR Team Pro. So we'll say DHR Team Pro has turned in a better fastest lap, really nice lap of a 138 dead as well to match Ronin. So Victor Miranda in the car again now. Maybe just he and Caio Vinicius Gaspar will be driving today, but Victor on his second full flying lap. I mean, he actually clocked in 2 138 flats in a row. He's really on it now, and seems to have a bit of pace. So that'll be exciting to see if he can close up on the Ronin Sim Sport car. Yeah, on the last lap, he caught up. He got about 0.5 of an advantage. Whether that was traffic or what, I couldn't tell you. But let's just take a look at him and give him some screen time, baby. If I could find him. There we go. Yep. So let's ride cockpit with Victor for a few minutes here. Driving the Chevy. Driving Chevy, and right now in clean air, so we can make some really good time. If I check in on the Ronin Sim Sport guys, they're also in fairly clean air. The field is less clumped than it was certainly at the beginning of the race. Now we're 2 hours plus in, and cars have gotten a chance to spread out. They're also starting to look a little roady, getting a lot of pickup and dirt from the track.
Yeah, and that means the marbles, little rubber marbles, are going to start building up a little more. So gathering those up in your stuff, you got to be careful going too far out, especially when you're trying to pass.
Looking at the Ronin Sim Sport car in particular, I feel like you can see a lot of pickup based on the light colored paint scheme. A lot of pickup. I can't even tell if they have a texture applied to their car, or is that all dirt? Could be a little of both.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to find a battle, at least in the GTEs. I didn't see anything close at all.
Yeah, let's do a through the field with LMP2. As mentioned,
Leo's way
Leo
up.
Racing doing great bonsai run here today. I think we're well past their pit stops. Pit window opening up again, probably in another. It's quite a few laps. Another 12 laps or so, 10 laps. for these guys, but they're just finishing lap 88. But the next car back is TC Corsa Esports. Got Daniel Pizzo at the wheel at the moment, doing a great job. Oh, that's the Leo driver. It's Hayata Asaga for TC Corsa. Venomworks, we got Danny Henney. Venomworks worked themselves up into third. That's a relatively new development, I believe. And NSR Silver, with their tire strategy, is now in fourth.
Yeah, Danny's been hammering that car down pretty good.
Yeah, if we go back over to Danny, he's only 3 seconds behind the TC Corsa machine, and by my calcs, and he's got the fast lap of the race at this point in this class at a 1:29.3, which is, most. There's only one other car that's been into the 1:29s, and that's the leading Leo Racing Team car. So he's really fast.
And what's cool about that, he got that 1:29 2 laps before his before he pitted, so he's doing that on hot tires.
Yeah,
so,
hot tires, light on fuel, so that makes sense. He must have had a nice clear lap too. I mean, it's so hard in an LMP2. You're right in the middle. Are you going to have an LMP1 come steaming through and ruin your lap? Or are you going to have a GTE or 2, that you have to deal with in a bad place? It's that's the way it is in these races. But Danny looking good there. If we you can see that the TC Corsa car is really just a couple corners up the road as we go through turn 1 and 2 here, back to the Venomworks. So this is it's a battle that we'll pay attention to for the next couple of minutes. But let's continue through the field. NSR Silver running fourth. Here just finishing or starting a new lap. Then you have Banzu, I believe, is the next car.
Yeah, if you look at Banzu, they got some damage on the right front of on their splitter in the front there. So
let's see if we can get a look at that for the rear chase view. On the back splitter or the front one? Yeah, looks like it might be a little dented there on the left side, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's not noticeable, but it is. If you switch between 2 LMP2s, you can see that there's a slight difference.
And behind them is the Venomworks Endurance team, I believe. Here they are.
Which they're actually not that far. They're about to get lapped by the prototype team from Venomworks. They're actually, Venomworks is like right behind them. Venomworks is behind Venomworks.
Well, that's not confusing. Thanks, guys. Maybe some snappier names, okay? Okay. No, just kidding. Yeah, there goes the 116 around them, but that's the Indy Autosport White prototype LMP1. But next in line, Indy Autosport Red with Kevin Kittleman at the wheel. Here they are, just getting overhauled by Freedom Maple Syrup in our LMP1 class. But having a solid run right now, is 7th in class and 1 lap down. And Turn 1 Pro Divers or divers. I don't know what they're diving, but or are they driving? This is a question we need to understand. But we got Marcus Romer at the wheel there. Again, a solid run. After that, we have I think Legends Racing. As I'd said before, a much better run. I think they got taken out on lap 1 of the last race at Le Mans. But Adam Parle, or Parle, in the car right now. Parlay, I think it's Parle. I think they're an English team. Enthusiasts of classic racers, legendary racers. Then behind them is what I'm seeing is Ronin Simsport LMP2, and that's where we have Sam Bentham at the wheel. That's kind of a nice delivery. Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you, Colin, real quick, but some viewers are asking for the standings overlay back on the screen. I don't know if you noticed that it's not there.
Sure, I can put it back up. I took it down because it wasn't behaving so well. But not sure why there we go. Now we're showing all three classes. Good deal. Yeah, that's no problem.
There you go, Jason.
And Sam Bentham into pit lane here. So lap 90, a little bit early. Oh, he got a drive through. I think he's just driving through. So sorry to catch you on that somewhat less auspicious moment, Sam. But carry on. Then we have Reaper Racing running in 11th, and here they are in their purple livery. And Quality Control, I don't know if they're an Australian team with the koala theme going on, but the 777 car, KCR, starting another lap. They're working lap 91 with Andy Ticehurst at the wheel, who has driven the second part of the race after Kenneth Nygaard started. Stage one racing. The next team running in 13th in class. Artie Boschart driving at the moment, trading off with Bart Parrott. So having a good day there. An okay day, I'll say. Couple laps down, but still on tracks. Car looks like it's in one piece, running their race. And we have Bro Sim Racing LMP2. Eric Sheridama at the wheel. I took over from the other Eric Barod. Then we have in 15th place in class, DGTCR, Sebastian Kellet at the wheel, or Kellet. They're working lap 89. Then we got EVP, Escuela Virtual Pilotos, with Gerard Banach in the car. And then finally in class, Apex Tech Racing with EJ in the car. EJ Fulner working lap 87. They must have run into some trouble, unfortunately. Sad, but it happens. Looks like lap 3 and 4 were pretty tough for them based on the lap tracker and maybe some other issues. Then running 38 laps down, Team Bushfink, I think, have retired, as well as we heard about Shawshank Racing retiring, and they're last in class, unfortunately. That's through the class for LMP2. What's hot, Josh? What's going on?
Just interacting with all the chat, trying to keep it interesting for them.
All right, coming in on a battle here. Team Bushfink, I think this is a battle for 4th or 3rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Yeah, they just passed 24-hour mogul meter.
Yeah, we've got Team Bushfink with Robin Noborg in the car. Tobias Bleich driving the 24-hour Moglencha car, the Bleich brothers. having just been overhauled by the Bushwing car, if I'm not mistaken. So Team Bushwing up into third overall.
And he looks like he's separating that gap too. Maybe because of lap traffic, but
yeah, there's some lap traffic playing a role here, but he seems to have more pace at the moment. And those guys, you know, they similar pit strategy. Everyone's between stops in the GTE class. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
a Fuga that just ripped right through. Oh yeah.
It's so scary being a JTE driver in this race. And we see now just behind him. I see. Oh no, it's not. That's all gold. I thought somehow we were seeing Porsche Sport, but no.
No, a lot of the classes are separated, so trying to find some battles, we got to work for that.
Yeah. This is one of the better battles on course right now. 24-hour Mogul Inter is slowly falling back a little bit, but they'll be back. I have a feeling, you know. And let's look a little further back. I think Bro Sim Racing is they're in the pits perhaps. Okay, just moving out of the pits. So pit stops. Is that pit stops for that class, or is it just someone off strategy? I think it's just off strategy.
Who was
off
it?
timing. Bro Sim Racing GT, the 24 car.
They had a drive-through penalty. Looks like 'cause they're coming right back on the track.
Yep.
I can't remember off the top of my head what the penalties were.
I think it was 30 or 35x was the penalty.
There it is, 30x, and then at 15x for every.
Yeah.
For every.
Right. So 30, and then every 15. No DQ. Thank goodness. But what else is happening? So look through the field. Actually, I'm showing only 2 seconds between Ronan and DHR. Let's pop up there and see how that looks. Come on, guys. All right, here's Ronan Simsport going into turn 1, and I think we see DHR Pro just a little further back. Yeah, they're fairly close now. I have to say that's a little bit of a change, right? Anthony Larson in the Ronan Simsport car versus Victor Miranda in the other car. Nice wide line there by Victor. He's working it. Yep, not far up the road. So we got to keep an eye on that. I think we were also talking about a battle somewhere else. I thought that it might happen between, maybe it was Leo and TC Corsa. I don't
You were talking about Venom Works and TC Corsa.
Right. So it's 8 seconds right now. So not as crazy. But Leo Racing team, I believe, is in the pit lane now, if I'm not mistaken. Let's focus.
They had to have had pitted.
So they did pit. They pitted on lap 96. Currently out of the pits now. Running lap 97. Yeah, so just come out of the pits. So it's time for those guys to cycle through. Leo does seem to be on slightly shorter fuel mileage than the others.
A car that just went off.
Yeah, there's somebody who went off. That's Dave Van Slambrook in the Stage 1 Racing LMP2, I think. Yep, they're running in 13th spot. So
They're probably going to take that in. Nope. They're going to keep it out.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they hit anything? I didn't see them really hit anything, so not too hard.
Well, they did smack the tire barrier.
Right. Okay.
But nothing too major.
Yep. So right now, that'll put TC Corsa in the lead in class. Here they are, starting another lap. So not time for pits yet for them, and a couple of other cars up ahead.
Stage 1 racing. David Van Slambrout. I hope I'm saying that correctly. He just took over the car, so he's on cold tires. Brand new car, new driver. So yeah.
Yep.
That's one of the big challenges is making sure that when you're about to take the car over from somebody else, that you're mentally prepared and you just don't get into it and drive it.
Yeah, I mean, often if I'm in a race that really matters, I'll warm up offline in a test session or something, just to kind of get my feet below me again. I will say that since I got my Fanatec setup, Club Sport setup, it's been a lot easier than with the old G27.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still racing my G27. So
it's not a bad wheel. Mine, has served me for 10 years and was pretty predictable. I had the brake pedal mod, a pressure cell, load cell on it, and that was good, but on those lightweight pedals, it was kind of a bear. Weird trying to keep the pedals in place. My system. I mean, I'm working at a desk chair here, not a cockpit. So,
yeah, I was always thinking about doing the mod, but I never pulled the trigger on doing that.
Yeah, it's worth it, although it's slightly pricey from Ricmotech. They make a nice mod. It's about $130, which is almost half the price of a G27, but it does make it much more realistic.
Did you ever have to change out your sensor disc?
No, I never had any issues with the G27.
Oh, okay, because I know for a while there was a bad batch of them, and there's like a little disc on the inside of the steering wheel, and it's made of plastic, and it would damage over time and rotate.
Oh, okay.
And then your wheel wouldn't be straight. So there's actually a company out there that makes that disc in brass.
No, so it won't. Yeah, there'll be no issues.
Yeah, it won't deteriorate, which is like just the amount of technology that goes into these rigs is astounding to me.
Yep.
It's my brain can't comprehend when I saw the I went on to Fanatec that first time. I was like, wow, this is.
Into the pit lane for TC Corsa, Hayata Asaga, the leading LMP2 at the moment, right here on lap 100. Nice round number for him. We got a couple others have pitted, as we said. Leo Racing on lap 96. We also see that lap 98, Turn 1 Pro pitted. But let's see what happens here. Let's try a different camera because this one has got a pit roof in the way. TC Corsa, are they going to take tires? Let's see. We have one other team, NSR Silver, currently shown in third, who had been double stinting their tires, but TC Corsa going up on the jacks. So there they go. If we tune in to Leo Racing, here they come around turn 11, 12, 13 complex. And so I anticipate they will take the lead of the race again here at this point. But as they come down the front straight, the TC Corsa car is just moving out. So yeah, that'll be advantage Leo Racing. So the VenomWorks prototype still out on track as far as I know. Looking to see if they're going to pit. Braking, not this time. All right, they're going around again. They're working their lap 102. So Danny Henney, who we anticipated was catching up there, now shown in the lead, having not pitted yet. So yeah, he's working lap 102. Leo Racing working 101. So we'll see where VenomWorks comes out in relation to TC Corsa after this next pit stop. That'll be interesting, Josh. Oh, and a spin right in front of them. Luckily didn't gather them up. That was Lee Tucker in the Apex Racing car having a moment. I'm having a little trouble, guys, with the driver info tab. It won't come up for me right now. I'm not sure if I've done something to anger the gods of ATVO, but
it looks like VenomWorks just came into the pits.
That's right, VenomWorks into the pits. So again, really interested to see how TC Corsa is doing right now. They are shown on track. I think they're going through the left-hander.
Yeah, about to go through Worth.
Yep. Here's the chicane-ish thing. And down to Lacacia. Here. Left-hander, VenomWorks car still in the pits. And still looks like up on the jacks. Meanwhile, TC Corsa now heading into the final turn. Not moving yet is the VenomWorks car, so they will.
Not even on the ground.
Yeah, they will not do the undercut or overcut, but they are exiting now.
Oh, it looks like they did a driver change.
Yeah, they did a driver change. Adam Dodd now in the prototype. So a good stint there. NSR Silver is now out on track and has not pitted. So we'll pick them up and see when they're going to pit.
Oh, and Porsche Sport is passing 24-hour Mogul, or there's a battle again between Porsche and 24-hour Mogul.
All right, let's go check that out. Here we are. The two cars obviously very close together. You can see them both in the shot now. So in GTE, we still have DHR Team Pro on top with Ronan Simsport second, Team Bushfink third, and then this battle for fourth between Tobias Bleich in the 24-hour Moglinger machine and Porsche Sport with Ryan Parkins still at the wheel.
Let's see if Porsche Sport can pull off another pass. I know.
And
you got.
down into turn one, it looks like a defensive line for Tobias Bleich, holding off the Porsche the other Porsche for the moment.
Oh, I think it went a little too fast in that. Porsche's gonna go on his outside.
It looks like about 36 laps per stint for these guys in the GTE. Next set of pit stops, they having last pitted lap 73, so it'll be around lap 90, around lap 102, I guess. Maybe actually more like 99, and then have almost getting their nose taken off. I'm not sure who was more at risk there, but still a hammer and tongs battle here. Two guys going at it. Let's try and reset the graphics, see if I can get the the driver info to come up. Nope, doesn't want to come up.
Nope. Porsche Sports going in for their pit.
There you go. So it is pit stop time. Is anybody else pitted over there? No, we haven't seen any other pit stops. Let's pick up a DHR Team Pro right here, coming through the chicane at turn 7-8. Still on the lead. Still having a pretty smooth run from what it seems. Currently, can't tell the gap back to.
And it looks like NSR is keeping the lead now.
Well, that would surprise me.
I think they've already gone through their pit laps.
They pitted on lap 104, so here they are. And
okay.
And they are running.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Looks like third. They're on lap 105. Leo Racing working lap 106. So while they maybe less than a lap between each other, they are not. NSR now dropping to fourth in the standings.
Yeah, that's my fault. I got confused.
That's where it's the lap. The pit cycle can definitely do that. So now in GTE, next level seems to have. Well, no, I'm not. I'm again. It's lap traffic and the whole, or the pit stop cycle, kind of fooling us up in the lap cycling. But following here, there we go. We got our driver info back. Following Next Level Racing here on the GTE side. I guess there's a couple of next levels though. Now that I think about it, this is number one though. Dave Plassman in the car. So yeah, fourth in class at the moment. And last pitted on lap 74, so due to come in soon, along with the rest. Looks like we're seeing DHR Team Pro still out on the track. Lap 75 was their last stop, so if we add 36 to that, it's going to be 30. It's going to be a bit, right? Still a little while. Meanwhile, in LMP LMP2, I think Turn 1 Divers as Turn 1 Pro has recently pitted. They're right in the pits right now. In fact, as we speak, the top five though have already pitted and cycled through. So it's Leo Racing, TC Corsa, Venomworks Prototype, NSR Silver, and Banzu. All right, let's take a look at LMP1. We haven't done so in a little while. We've got Fuga Simsport still out on top. No issues so far as we're 2 hours and 50 minutes into this race. Freedom Maple Syrup running in second. Running in second. They're running lap 117 to Fuga's 118, so they are still a lap down. The next car, though, is showing 2 laps down, which is Garage 69 with are they third or no? I'm sorry, Indy Autosport White is showing third. That's my mistake.
Yeah, they just pitted,
and they're
Indy
just
Autosport.
pulling into the pits. Overshot the pit apparently. Sadly, Drew Becker in the car. Oh, and it looks like he's getting out. So Daniel Civisabo back in for Indy Autosport White. They're on their lap 116, and then Garage 69 at that point, I think, is now, well, I'm not sure if they're past them or not. I'm not sure if that's a cat and mouse situation right now, looking at them here. Going through the chicane, turn 7 and 8. So still a ways behind Tobias Kenter to Garage 69 at the wheel. Looking at the front of their car, they look fine. Doesn't seem to be any major damage or any damage of any kind that I can pick up. But Indy Autosport White now out again.
Yeah, from what I could tell, they didn't even take tires, so they're double stinting that set.
They're double stinting that set. Okay, great, interesting. But they're out on track and working lap 116 as Garage 69 also working lap 117. So just starting it. So I think they've leapfrogged in that pit cycle there, and they've both pitted within a lap of each other. So looks like Garage 69 with the advantage at the moment. Yep, here's Tobias. So further on in that field, we have in 5th spot Intername Racing, Intername Here Racing. Michael Irachi at the wheel, or Iraci, I really couldn't tell you. The sponsorship on the car reads Phenom Mod. Not sure what that is about. If that's some kind of one of the driver's own efforts or some other company. Very interesting. Then after that, we have Fusion Simsport. And here they are. Mark Bowe at the wheel. They're in a Porsche. So the top 2 are Audis with Fuga and Freedom. And then we have 4 Porsches, Garage 69, Indy Autosport White, Intername Here, and Fusion Simsport. Then we move on to Next Level Racing, running in 7th, and they're in an Audi, as well as MJR, also an Audi. Fusion Simsport now in the pits, taking their service, and looks like a driver change there with Darren Bolton jumping in the car. Paint refreshing. So on they go. So that's the LMP1 class.
Ooh, Team Bushfink looks like he's closing the gap on Ronan right now.
All right, let's see if we can pick that up.
Oh yeah, this will be a good battle, I think.
All right, here we go. Yeah, they're just together. Thanks, Josh, for keeping an eye on that. That's very helpful.
It's crazy to me that most of these battles are between the GTEs. We haven't seen much battling between the LMP classes. At least that I've noticed.
Yeah, my theory on that is obviously the fields are much smaller in the LMP classes. I think you also have a lot of drivers driving them, so because of the low number, but you also, just sort of the nature of the beast, you have a wider range of driver skill sets in those cars. Honestly, the GTE is the biggest class by a little bit over LMP2. There are a lot of LMP2s, and you're right, it's surprising there aren't as many sort of together. I mean, they're all multiple laps apart at this point. You've got the same could be said of the GTEs, but just less so because of just less speed. The speed of the LMPs exaggerates the difference in driver skill, so you don't have as many wheel-to-wheel battles.
Right, yeah. That was a good pass by Robin. It was a clean pass on that at turn 1, coming out of that. Let's see if Anthony can catch. See if he can reciprocate that pass.
Yeah, Anthony seems to be running a lot of 139s right now, so I guess my sense is that the pace, relative pace of the two drivers in the cars at this moment may be a little different. Robin has Bushvink's fastest lap at the moment of 137.8, which is actually the fastest lap in class. He broke the 138 barrier down to 137.854. So exciting. Going to pop down now to see, we may have another battle on the track here, or maybe not. 24-hour Moglinger shown on screen, trying to pick up where there's a battle. And here's Core Motorsports. Thought they might have a battle going on, but the interval counter is tripping me up, not telling me the real story.
It's not a battle, but in mid pack for the LMP2s, you have Indy Autosport Red that might be catching Reaper Racing.
All right, we'll try and take a look at that.
Matthew Saunders 131. And based off of lap times, it seems like Indy Autosport Red will, in probably about 5 laps, will catch Reaper Racing, I believe.
So right here is the Reaper Racing with Matthew Saunders at the wheel. The Reaper Racing LMP2. It's a Lara. Yeah, they Indy Autosport Red just behind. As you pointed out, well, last lap, Reaper Racing was able to get a better lap by a half a second. So definitely in flux here. We'll keep an eye on this battle, though. See if we can get both of them in frame with a blimp shot, at least part of the time. That time around, we have Indy Autosport Red with a 130.8 and Reaper Racing with a 131.2. So their advantage, Indy Autosport Red, for that last lap 112. However, we'll have to just keep following this and see if it develops into a real wheel-to-wheel or, yeah. Let's ride with Indy Autosport Red as they try and catch up here. Inside the cockpit of the Dallara LMP2, which is one of the newer cars on the service, having just come out, I think, in the sort of middle of 2020. Became instantly a very popular car. Obviously, a new machine, an update to what had previously been, I guess, the HPD, which was the LMP2 car in all these series. Instantly the LMP2 class exploded to the point where it is almost as big as the GTE class, which definitely wasn't the case before.
Oh man. So as an update, Core Motorsports driver J.O. Valho throughput just fell to an unacceptable level. So Core Motorsports.
That's going to be a big hit for them. That's really unfortunate. Right now, it does look like the gap is down to 2 seconds to Matthew Saunders, and Kevin Kittleman and Indy Autosport Red can see him up ahead.
And Kevin Kittleman just black flagged.
Oh well, that's unfortunate. So that'll put an end to this battle, I guess. Unfortunate. It's a tough time to be a race driver when you get black flagged. Not sure if that's related to an in-race penalty or exactly what, but he's coming up on traffic now. If I were him, I'd be ducking into the pits to serve a black flag, and that is what he's doing.
So, Antonio Paischi, I think it is.
Okay.
Just took over the car for J.O. For the Core Motorsports team. They're finally getting that car back on the track. That hurts a lot for them. So they're going to have some work to do in front of them.
Here we are. Core Motorsports brought them up on the screen. Really unfortunate when a driver has an incident like a throughput exit. Just heartbreaking. And he had, Joao, who was in the car, had just set their fastest lap at 38.5. So tough. Very tough. Looking up at the front of the field, DHR Team Pro just has set a 37.5. So bringing the lap times down in this class. Let's take a look at him with him. It's Victor Miranda in the car still.
I think what helps that is the track temperature
track temperature is now
True, right. We're
29 degrees.
Yeah, we're down to 29 local time now, 5:45, 6 p.m. So we're going to start to see the light changing. If it's not already, I would say it is. Actually, it certainly doesn't look sunny as it did before. We just passed the 3-hour mark in the race, Josh. So that's exciting.
That's why a quarter of the race is done now.
One quarter is done. That's right. That's right.
I don't know if the LMP1s have done a full round of pit stops or not, but it seems that Fuga now has 2 laps ahead of the field.
Yeah. Well, Fuga's pitted on 113 and Freedom pitted on 125, which seems a little out of cycle. I wonder if they've had another issue.
Freedom Maple Syrup. Their issue was they ran out of fuel.
Oh my goodness! Well,
and they had to
it
tow
goes
back.
from bad to worse. That is awful. That's awful. It's like on lap 23, Alexander Davidson did kind of set a time, and then there's then we have an interruption. So just really unfortunate for them. Probably most of their hopes of winning are now, in dire straits, certainly needing help, shall we say, needing for something to befall Fuga, not something we wish for, of course, but for their hopes, that would be the only way to get back to the front. They have set the fast lap of the race with a 121.616, which was,
It'd be interesting to know. I know you can't predict this, but Freedom Maple Syrup, they're doing so well with so many problems. They had an accident. They ran out of fuel. Reggie's back in the car for them. But these guys are still second place overall, even though they've had all these problems. If they would have a clean race, I'm wondering if they'd be battling with Fuga right now.
Oh, absolutely. That was the goal, I think, and they have the fast lap of the race. They've the last lap time, they were a full second faster than Fuga. That said, I mean, both cars must have had traffic because there's 4 seconds off. But again, as we said before, this whole, this type of racing, it's half of the battle is the lap traffic and how you handle it and how you can get past it. So there it is. But here's Freedom right now, going through Lacacia, I believe, and back into the turn 11, 12, 13. Garage 69. Let's see where they are. They're in the twisty bit of the course. It looks like they may be in turn 3 here. So almost a lap behind Freedom still. So Freedom has a pad, but with too many more issues like that, they could find themselves battling for third as well.
Yeah, with as much bad luck as they had today, they've had a lot of good luck, I guess.
Interesting. Now you've got Freedom and Fuga together on the track, as Reggie looks to unlap themselves from one of these laps. No percentage for Fuga to fight this whatsoever, other than sort of asserting themselves as the race leader. But we'll see how this plays out. This is going to be interesting, guys.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch, to see if he can catch him.
Oh, he's catching him.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Question is, how are they gonna? Yeah, there. Oh, wow! Oh, the spin! Man, someone is mad.
Oh yeah.
Someone is driving in anger there, and good thing nothing happened. I mean, I gotta say, sending it down there like that, not what I would have chosen to do, but he's trying to get his lap back, and he can have it, I believe. I don't think Mike is going to fight with him too hard when he's 2 laps down, right? There's no percentage. and here he comes again. And Mike being very careful around lap traffic, and Reggie kind of desperate to improve his chances here. And we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah, this is I mean, I think Fuga's just gonna like, why? Yeah, go.
Right.
You know?
I would not be fighting that myself. It's not worth it. And you know,
I mean, still got another 9 hours.
Still 9 hours to go. Plenty of time for Fuga to run into issues, but they haven't so far. And
good job on Reggie though, holding that car together.
Oh, that was amazing in that corner. There was a couple spots where I just thought he was, going to lose more time, or he's going to hit one of the other cars. And there was, an extra GTE, I think, in the field. So.
Yeah, he is driving that car. He's driving to win.
And there we go, another close one. Another close one. So.
I think his mentality is, I'm LMP1, get out of my way right now. And what's really interesting to look at right now, the race, you have the leader and his time is 3 hours, 8 minutes, 47 seconds. P2 is 1 lap down, P3 is 2 laps down, and all the way, every LMP1 driver is on their own lap.
Good comments in the chat, guys. Everyone's kind of following Reggie's odyssey here, as well as that of Fuga Simsport. I mean, this is going to be, always the front of the field. Very interesting, big race. Now it looks like Fuga's right back on his tail.
Oh, is he?
If I'm not mistaken.
Maybe he.
Yeah.
If Fuga's smart, you just maintain.
That's right. As long as he's in sight, he's not really gaining much back, right? So, but it must feel nice to be 1 lap down instead of 2.
But I think next pit cycles are coming up. No, they're not coming up soon, but I think
they're off strategy, right? Freedom is off strategy because of the fuel tow, and they last pitted on lap 125. I think it's possible that they will be pitting, the main part of the field will be pitting again soon. Seems like it's around lap 115 was the 3rd stop or 4th stop. Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll see.
It will become clear. So it looks like they might be getting around 30 laps out of a tank. Yeah. So it's 29, 30 laps out of the tank. So around lap 120, they'll be coming in. Well, no, they came in around 115. So, right, that's a little short. So we're going to be around lap 140, in the 140s. They're working lap 134 now. So it's another 10 laps till fuel stops for the majority of this LMP1 field. We're watching the P1 Fuga Simsport putting another lap on Indy Autosport White. Not what they wanted, I'm sure.
I don't see Freedom anymore.
We picked them up. Here they are. They seem to be still on track.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm in the chase view of Fuga, and it looks like.
Yeah, I think that they have let Reggie go. He's on a tear, right? He's the last lap. Fuga was about 2 seconds slower on their lap time. So
from Mad90 on the chat. That's the second time Reggie's done that this race, is get his lap back by dive bombing.
Well, you know, I'm not going to be the one calling it a dive bomb. I'll let others make that determination. It seemed like the dive bomb was the part that got him in trouble, and then he made a pass. But you know, it's all good. He's trying to drive the wheels off that car. All respect to him, and respect to Fuga for, you know, race strategy. They're in the position where they can, you know, do that, and so forth. So let's see what's going on in the other classes. I'm seeing Leo Racing. It looks like they've just pitted again on lap 120. So pit cycles going on again for these teams. Got TC Corsa back in the lead for the time being, looking like they're 2 or 3 laps longer in their stints. I wonder if that's going to play out at the end, guys. I mean, that could be really interesting. You know, in another 9 hours, the difference in pit window could be 10 laps between the two. So is Leo just using too much fuel to go too fast? I don't know. Just talking out loud. But looking at the other cars there, TC Corsa should be the next to pit, having pitted on lap 100. And we have Venom Works running second right now. They pitted on lap 102, and NSR Silver on 104. Banzu and Venom Works Endurance also pitting on lap 102. So pit stops coming up soon for the car we're watching here. TC Corsa Esports. With Hibiki Yamashita at the wheel now.
Yeah, Fuga's doing 124s.
Yeah, I mean they can kind of afford to go a little bit into cruise control, right? Shouldn't they be, just working on
just hanging
staying
out,
fast, smooth, and safe, you know, and into the pits. TC Corsa into the pits.
Ooh, Fuga just got pushed out into the grass another LMP wasn't paying attention.
Oh boy, well did they escape?
They
escape harm.
Oh yeah, they escaped harm. They got pushed out there pretty. Their left side didn't go into the grass. It's the small straightaway they got pushed out on.
But TC Corsa, we'll see if we assume that Leo will retake the lead once TC Corsa's stop is over. Right now, picking up Leo Racing as they are heading down the front stretch. And TC Corsa just exiting the pit lane now. So, yep. Status quo there, but again, this pit lap pit window differential, which is now 5 laps. Leo Racing having pitted on 120, and TC Corsa pitting on lap 125. This strategy could play out in TC Corsa's favor at the late end of the race. Now picking up the Venom prototype, Venom Works prototype, as they come around towards the end of the lap. Let's see if they're going to peel off for pit stops yet, or are they going to have one more lap, it looks like. gaggle of cars heading down the straight here at Catalunya circuit. So some interesting history on this track. In 1994, around the time, this was when I believe it was when Ayrton Senna had his tragic fatal accident at Imola. This race was coming up on the schedule, and they created a chicane in front of a chicane. It's awful. If you find some in-car of the 94 race, check it out. I think I saw a lap of Schumacher driving it, but there's this chicane before the chicane on the back straight after Campsa Corner where they put some big piles of tires, you know, and basically in the middle of the track, the cars had to negotiate this other pile of tires. And they convened a council afterwards to decide what to do about it long term, and they decided, let's get rid of this chicane. So they got rid of that chicane, and that, you know, that straight is now a straight again. And then they tightened up the Acacia turn 10 later on too to slow down the speeds at the end of the straight and, you know, build a better passing zone. But you know, the only good part about that crappy chicane in 94 was that it allowed them to put the race on. Yeah. Originally, this track was supposed to be great for racing F1. It was going to be very competitive, but then with the ground effects and the way it turned out, you couldn't really follow. It became a very processional race because there's so many corners and so much turbulence being kicked up. You know, from what the reports were, you couldn't really follow through the chicanes near the end of the lap that were, you know. So we've seen that right now. Venom works in the pits. Leo Racing Team going by on the front straight. TC Corsa should be just behind them. Here they come down the front straight. And the other closest competitor now NSR Silver, who's on the longest pit window of all, having last pitted on 104, 2 laps later than TC Corsa. You know, they've made it yet another lap. I'd expect them to be coming in now, but we'll see. Luke Reimer in the car for NSR Silver right now. I don't see much silver about that car, Josh. It's pretty black, but I know that's just their team designation. Luke's still out there, having not brought the car in yet, and now having his moment in the lead. First place LMP2. Luke Reimer and NSR Silver. Good going, guys. We're going to see if he comes in this time around. Kind of expecting it. Not yet. Obviously, we're not that part of the track yet. Now coming up around the last T11, 12, 13 complex. And another lap. Extending their fuel mileage here is the NSR Silver car, and again, it's going to be very interesting how this plays out towards the end of the race. Will this give them an advantage or not? Tight quarters with the GTEs going into turn 1 between a couple of these cars, and passing the GTE leader there, DHR Team Pro.
Well, Colin, it's almost time for us about to hand the broadcast over to 2 of our associates, Thomas Cope and Charles Boschel. I had a blast doing this with you guys. I hope you guys had a blast. So I think that we will be going to commercial here very soon, and those 2 guys will be back here taking over the broadcast for us.
Sounds good. I think I'm on for the next hour based on the schedule that I have, but I'll be joining. There'll be 3 of us. If I'm not mistaken, well, or maybe I'll take a break. I'm ready for one. But
yeah, maybe I saw the schedule wrong.
Well, no, it is a little weird where you're overlapping. They are now in the pit lane, the NSR Silver. So finally, here on lap 130, a full 10 laps further than the Leo Racing Team, the race leader, NSR Silver is able to go. So a good job by them. They are the team that has been double stinting tires. I'm going to keep an eye on them just now as we return to Leo Racing on the main broadcast. I'm just going to keep an eye on them and see if this is going to be tires or not. Nope, no tires. Off goes Luke. That's a good job. They're doing well on fuel and on tires. So it's going to be an interesting story. So we continue on here. Let's check in with the leaders of the race. Fuga Sim Sports still out front. Got, I think, a third driver in the car. Pierre Benoit Lemire has taken over. So we're going to see how he gets up to speed. He's already got a 1:23.7 on his first full flying lap, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be just fine. And I'm joined here in the booth now by Mr. Charles Boschel.
Hey, Colin, how's it going?
It's going well, thank you. It's been an exciting race.
Yes, it has. It's been exciting from the stewards booth also. So it's been quite interesting. And hello to YouTube and everybody in chat. And if you'll just, since I was a little bit frazzled, I have to jump back into the session, so bear with me if you want to just fill for me there.
Absolutely. Take your time. Charles. We'll probably have a little bit of an overlap. Let's just give you guys a chance to decompress for at least a few minutes here. I'm sure, as I'm well aware, the stewards booth is even more pressure than the broadcast booth.
Yes, I see my good buddy Rick Geriatric Ginger Wall in the chat. and we've been talking, and we've got a new appreciation for the Racing Edge stewards that did all the work with us while we were driving last season. So it was
Yeah.
we find a new appreciation for the guys, because it's mostly thankless in the stewards room. So
right now it looks like Fuga Simsport has sort of fallen back to about 8 seconds behind the Freedom Maple Syrup car that is unlapped itself a few laps ago, unlapped itself one time. It's now only 1 lap down, but almost 2. 2 laps minus 8 seconds, so we say. They're going full on. They've had some challenges, including running out of fuel during a stint, which, you know, I think that counts as an unforced error. But heroically pulling through a great second place drive. You know, it's certainly very exciting.
Yeah, what we've noticed is there have been some pretty risky moves out on track between the classes, passing dive bombs, things like that. But for the tightness of this track with the speeds these guys are going, they've done really, I think, a really good job of keeping the car under control, being patient for the most part. Yeah, we've seen some really, really good racing in amongst all the crashes that we've seen.
yeah. I mean, well, I think there's only maybe 3 or 4 cars have actually dropped out of the race. I mean, I'm looking at the lowest running car is 40 laps down from the leaders at this point. It's a GTE, of course, but they're running. And, you know, there's other cars 38 laps, 34, 26, and then from then on up to the leaders of the GTE are 21 laps down overall.
Yep. So, yeah, we knew that there's a couple of, I guess what we would call amateur teams in there. So there are some drivers with a little less seasoning that may not be used to this type of racing. Especially, like I said, we talk about the races we're doing this season. This is probably the tightest track that we'll have to deal with. I think we've got Sebring coming up, but it's a little bit wider and a little bit flatter. And I think
a lot of space there, a lot longer of a track. I mean, this one's only, you know, it's a little less than 5K. I think those other tracks are quite a bit longer, and this one is pretty narrow on everything except the front straight. You know, a few little weird spots, but you know, right now, just letting iRacing show us what's most exciting at the moment, which they seem to think is Fuga Simsport, and we'll see if that changes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to have to throw myself under the bus here. I'm the guy who is responsible for some of the technical glitches, because the software that we're using for the broadcast, we've got the hardware part, I think, worked out. I think it's working well.
It's working great, yeah.
So I think the software is still a work in progress, and thanks to everybody that's watching for the patience, and I will get this software figured out. You would think, you know, me being a computer programmer for 25 years, I would have a little better grasp of it, but it's challenging, to say the least. So we'll continue to make improvements throughout the season. So just kind of bear with us.
Oh, it's great. It's so much better than last time, Charles. I mean, this is night and day, as you and I know from struggling through it, and all the viewers who were with us. You know, we had zero control last time. This time we were able to control, and you know, it's going to be a lot more fun this time.
Yes, absolutely, and it will get better every time. We'll get a little bit more done. Luckily, we've got 3 or 4 weeks in between each race. This last one was a little tough because of the holidays and things like that, but we'll get there. So, and thanks for the love there, Ginger. Appreciate it. So, So anyway, so yeah, we've noticed some. We start looking at the action on the track again. We've seen in the LMP1 class, Reggie Robertson is a madman. I think we can fully state that. Obviously, he's had some issues today, some hiccups, but obviously he's quite fast in that LMP1 car.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and he's he's the only one within 3 laps of the Fuga car at this point. Everyone else is 3 laps down to them and counting at this point. So it's really looking pretty solid second place for Reggie, even given all the issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. As I'm still trying to. Yeah.
So we've been talking about the things going on in the race. Charles, one of the things, the stories ongoing is in the LMP2 category. We have Leo Racing, who's had a pretty solid grasp on the lead for some time, but they are ranging from 5 to 10 laps shorter on pit refueling cycle than the other cars. So it's going to be interesting to see. I can't help but think at this rate, by the end of the race, there'll be somebody who's had fully 1 less pit stop than them. 1 less pit stint. So are they going to be able to hold that lead?
Right.
I mean, each time we've sat here over 10 laps while someone else led the race in front of them because they pitted early. So in this most recent cycle, they pitted on lap 120, TC Corsa pitted on 125, Venom Works 127, and SR Silver 130. So it's kind of like all those teams took a turn in the front, and it's really could come down to the end of the race and whose strategy just falls the best.
Right. Yeah, and we see that every race is always people trying to work that pit strategy to get an advantage, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. So I am going to, if you'll bear with me, Colin, I've got my screen back up so I can actually see the race, which is good. I'm not looking at YouTube anymore. But I do want to go back in and see if I can get a report on the latest black flag and see what that was for.
All right, great. We'll wait for you to come back with that. Meanwhile, I'm going to pick up in the GTE category. We've got DHR Team Pro on the screen. Vinicius Gaspar in the car. And right now, it looks like running second is Team Bushfink. And let's see if we can pull them up. Here they are. Running in their Porsche around the final corner, New Holland. So currently about 12 seconds back from DHR Team Pro. Then another 12 seconds to the next car in line, which is Next Level Racing at the moment. And that's David Plasman at the wheel. And they're starting their lap now. And Ronin Simsport has fallen back. Maybe I'm getting confused, but I thought they were a little higher before. Yeah, then their purple and white car, they've fallen back to 4th. Anthony Larson in the car right now. So then if we go further, then Team 24-hour Team Mogliger is running in 5th. We've been watching them in various battles over the course of the day. But currently shown in 5th spot, another 17 seconds down from and then in 6th is the Juncos Racing team, which had been in 10th at one spot in the race. It's definitely been kind of keeping at it and running in 6th. The Porsche Sport guys are also still in it, running in 7th though at this point it would seem. And Charlie, I'm just going to tell you that the way the ATVO is working out, it shows positions, but it doesn't update. So you really have to use another means to monitor what the actual standings are.
Gotcha.
Which may be even in game. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's accurate or not. The display, I would assume it's coming from the same data, so it might be mistaken. The display on the vertical, but yeah, I have Race Labs up, and I'm using Race Labs to figure out what's going on.
Yep.
So that's been the most reliable for me.
That's fine. Yep. So yeah, just I did see that Freedom Maple Syrup has got us a 30-second stop and hold for a dive bomb on Porsche Sport. So that would be why they would had to go back into the pits again.
All right.
So they're still. It looks like iRacing's saying they're within the 2 laps, so they're only 1 lap and change down. So we'll keep an eye on them. It's just the Porsches in the field in the GTE class are really strong today. Porsche Sport obviously set a really fast qualifying time. And Juncos, I think, is also using the Porsche, and Ronan as well. So it's no surprise that those guys are starting to claw themselves back up towards the top of the.
I mean, positions 2 through 7 are all Porsches with a Chevy at the top and a Ford in 8th place with N-Race Esports, who have also come up a bit at this point. Let's give them some airtime. Thomas Saintot in the car, but it's nice to see that distinctive look in the race.
the solo Ford.
Solo Ford. It looks like we also have we have 2 Ferraris. We have NJB Performance running in 11th, and in 14th is Hexa Racing, Team Purple. So a few Ferraris out there, but the Chevys and the Porsches, I guess the RSR being new, it's very popular, and it's also a good car, right? So
yep, absolutely.
So let's pop down and check in on Let's see if there's any close battles. I see 11th place NJB maybe having a close battle here. Yeah, well, they're right on the tail of Garage 69 Chevy here. So this is a good battle. So we have Norbert Mloček driving the Garage 69 car, the yellow car, and just behind him is Stefan Hoffman in NJB Performance. And on the last lap, Stefan caught up by almost a second. So this could be over real quick, or it could be something we get to watch for a few laps. We'll see.
Yeah, it's definitely tight. It looks like that may be one of the tighter battles on track at this point in time.
That's right.
They're coming through, coming back onto the main straight. Being passed on the inside by, I believe that is
it's like Kevin Kittleman in Indy Autosport Red and Axel Herreras in the EVB Escuelas Virtual Pilotos, which is the green car. They're not on the same lap, but Stefan giving up a little time there, I think, to the lapping cars. Stage 1 racing also coming through here. Dave Van Slambrook. But there's a little bit of time lost by the yellow car and now it's again very close.
Oh wow, got a good run out of that.
Yeah, got a good run here, but you know, it is a little tricky to find the right spot to pass here. And now they're coming into
Lacacia.
inside, coming into Lacacia. Yeah, that was the middle straight, and now we're going to see how this plays out.
Side by side.
Switching sides. Can he go around the outside? Looks like he's got it. They're even, and
oh, and then fight back.
Then he fights back. It's just further around, and of course now LMP2 has to show up and just ruin the party. But you know, these guys having a great time. I assume either that or they're really stressed, one or the other.
And JB's got a really good run down the front straight going into Reno.
Yeah, this is.
I'm sorry, Elf.
Yeah, this is a good. Turn 1 is probably the best passing area on the track, and that's where I expected he would solidly get it done, and he has. So Stefan Hoffman of NGB takes over the position, 10th position.
Yep, that was a really good battle, and it looks like some more LMP cars to come in and kind of break that battle up for a few minutes. And so we'll see if they can come back on them. Garage 69 plus 1, if they can make a comeback on NJB.
Let's see if they've got the pace here. Still pretty tight. Still less than a second between them. But it does appear that Stefan's pulling away.
Oof. Oh, poor decision by that LMP car to get behind the Corvette. Almost made for some trouble.
Yep. The trailing Corvette really had to give up some time. His line was very compromised into the left-hander by a number of passing cars. I see Mr. Robertson also making his way by. I think just a minute ago. In that conspicuous U.S. paint job. All right, so that was a good battle. That was a good battle to watch. We'll take a look around the track, see what else is happening. It does look like Freedom Maple Syrup here zipping along, but Fuga Simsport just behind him, having now caught up again after letting the gap languish to about 8 seconds. Now we're showing just 2 seconds between Fuga, who would be putting the Freedom car 2 laps down again if he were to get by.
There is another good battle on track between Intername here Racing and Fusion Sim Sport.
All right, let's take a look. Here's Intername, and I assume right behind them that's Fusion Sim Sport. That's right. They're just about a second apart. And let's go on board with Fusion as they try and chase them down.
Was able to make a big gap up as Intername here got stuck behind a GTE car.
Yep, just a little bit between them now. Sorry about that. There we go. right, the gap opening up a little bit here, back to 1.2 seconds or so. And traffic, as always, a factor.
Absolutely. Yep, you can make up a second or lose a second virtually any corner on this track, just depending on where you catch a lap down car.
As we see right there, I mean, third place GTE can't screw up their race, you know, or anybody's really, but you know, Darren Bolton in the Fusion Sim Sport car doing a good job kind of dealing with all of that, and now has caught up again a little bit. Up ahead in the next car, and enter name here racing is John Sanfilippo. And he's lapping, and the Venom Works prototype was back in 10th now. What happened? They're actually
There's actually P2 in the LMP2 class.
That's right. So as we're looking at LMP1 class here, they're just steaming past. But moving up to enter name here, let's see what he's dealing with on the front straight. Passing the lap traffic, has now pulled out a 2-second gap. So it's really ebbing and flowing based on the traffic. And really, if I'm one of these guys, you know, we're about to be 4 hours in, 1/3 of the way done. I'm mainly trying to just keep the car in one piece. It's too early to really race head to head for strategy.
Sorry, I was kind of just flipping through and saw there's a little bit of an issue between Fusion Sim Sport and sorry, they're changing position so fast I'm having trouble. Bro Sim Racing, they had a little come together through one of the corners as Fusion was trying to make his way around on the outside. It got a little dicey there for just a second.
Well, that's it. There's 3 races going on, you know, and you got to pay attention to every one of them, right? So it's crazy. Riding with enter name here. As we see also Reggie Robertson in the picture in the Freedom Maple Syrup car coming up to lap him presumably in a moment or two. And Fusion Sim Sport now fallen back a little bit to a 6-second gap.
Looks like from the YouTube chat, looks like the number 99 car, which is NSR Silver, simperformance.dk car had to go in for some repairs in the pit.
Oh yeah, I see them dropping down, unfortunately for them. Yeah, they were the ones double stinting their tires as well, which we noticed. And you know, it was an exciting part of their strategy. Sad to hear that they've had some issues. See if we can pick them up on the stream.
Yeah, track temp is 27 degrees Celsius. So it's not an overly hot day. So tires should be able to go for 2 stints at least.
Especially now,
provided you don't have any issues with lots of lockups and spins and things like that.
So at the front of the LMP2 field, we have Leo Racing now having pitted on lap 145. We see this playing out again. We're riding with, I'm trying to ride with, oh my goodness, has this happened again with the camera? No, there we go. We're riding with TC Corsa Esports. Hibiki Yamashita has the lead now. And it's lap 149, so 4 laps later, you know, he's solidly ahead. Leo has fallen back to 3rd, and and we'll see when TC comes in for their pit stop. And it is not going to be this time. Bye. Last time they did an extra 5 laps, so I'd expect this being lap 150 they're starting. I expect them in at the end of this lap, unless they're getting more laps per stint, which sort of is the indication. So we'll see if they can stretch it to 1 more lap. Now stuck right behind this GT3 through one of the hardest, left, right, so turn 1, 2. It's one of the hardest places to deal with that lap traffic if you come at the wrong moment.
Yep, based on I haven't been paying attention, but it looks like they're doing like 25 lap stints.
Right. Yeah, 25 seems to be about the norm, with Leo a little shorter and some a little longer. Well, at least one team pitted on lap 130. So yeah. So whenever you're comfy here, Charles, I'm happy to have you take over the broadcast center if you'd like.
Okay. Sure.
No rush. I think my stint ends in another 30 minutes. So.
Yep. I think Mr. Cope is having his dinner. So.
When he comes along, then I'll kick off. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. And there is TC Corsa coming into the pits now.
Here they come. Let's take a look at Leo Racing Team, see where they are on the track. Oh, come on now. Here we go. They're coming around the last complex. No, they're still mid-lap. They're just doing. Someone off there in gravel. Now they're coming down into the chicane. Turn 7, 8.
Venom Works. Looks like their last pit was lap 128, but yep. And so they're, I think, going to be out at least a couple more laps. Of course, they're running in P2 in class.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your greetings to us. We're having a great time here, a much better time than we did last time. Honestly, we had to do 24 hours with no broadcast control, so that was relatively painful. TC Corsa now on course again, if you will. Oh my goodness, is this them? They're head-to-head with Leo Racing right here as they're coming out. Incredible. The lead of the LMP2 class right there. Shogo Nishiguchi now taking over in the TC Corsa car. I think it's a Japanese team. Really exciting to have them adding to our global scene. And in Leo Racing Team, Marco Marozzi is now the driver, which is a driver change for them as well, since Daniel Pizzo had been in the car for the last couple of stints. So it seems now that TC Corsa has fallen back a little bit. They are just a few seconds behind. Marco's
they're going to have to take it easy the first lap out so they can get their tires warmed up.
Well, that's right. And Shogo's in his first, couple laps in the car, needs to get settled in, I would think. So yeah, it's a long race, lot of race to go.
Jason, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us while we're talking about race on the internet. We really appreciate it.
So right now, the Venom prototype, VenomWorks prototype, is in the lead of the LMP2 class. Again, this pit cycle going through. Adam Dodd at the wheel of that car. They last pitted on lap 127, so I would expect to see them See them in at the end of lap 152, which is what they're working right now. Adam working his way through GTE traffic here, very carefully, I would add. And then in he goes. Picking up the Banzhou team, which is the next car in line that has not pitted yet. We'll see what they do. They are already behind Leo and TC Corsa, even though those guys have had a stop. So I do feel like they are probably falling off the back a little bit of this train, but the top three are fairly close together, close enough to swap positions over the pit cycle. The Venom Works prototype car up on the jacks, taking tires.
Yep, it's going to be pretty tight when these guys get out. Venom Works comes out of the pits.
And they're moving. Pick up Leo Racing.
Leo Racing is just coming on to the main straight now.
My goodness, yeah, look at that. Venom Works coming out ahead into turn one.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Leo Racing actually is just now coming through the box around to Banco de Sabadell.
Okay, well then they may be ahead. JP, the Venom Works prototype working lap 153, and Leo Racing also working lap 153. I can't quite work out what I don't expect them to be. I expect Leo to be ahead. Yeah, they've just started lap 154. And Venom Works, yeah, is still on lap 153. Yep. So they're almost a half a lap off the lead. Huh?
Yep.
So exciting stuff there over that sequence. At least that's the best we got, guys. All right, let's take a look at Indy Autosport Red right now. They seem to be embroiled in a battle. If I can find them. This is okay. For goodness sakes. There we go. Maybe not quite as close as I thought it was. But here they are, and I believe they're just a couple seconds down the road from Legends Racing, who are there. Here goes Legends in their pale blue and orange, classic, almost Gulf colors, but not Gulf logos. But we look back, and here's Indy Autosport. Yeah, it's now a bigger gap than it was showing a minute ago. But I'm going to go back to Venom Works prototype because they're showing within a few seconds of Banzhou Flow, which is not yet pitted. Now we'll take a look at the Banzhou car and see if they come in this lap. Last pitted on lap 129. So they should be in soon. And in they come. So as expected. Let's check back in at the front of our field. we've got Fuga Sim Sports still chugging along, and it does look like Freedom Maple Syrup may have made a pit stop and have fallen now back to 2 laps down. Fuga Sim Sports steady as a rock up in the top spot, having just passed 4 hours. We're at 4 hours and 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes in 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Just trying to keep myself amused, guys. We're 4 hours into a broadcast, and it's like, okay, what can we talk about? I was telling everybody earlier, Charles, that New Holland is named after an agricultural machinery company. It's currently owned by Fiat. Was purchased by Fiat in 1991, but was founded in the United States in Pennsylvania in 1895, and went through several hands and was owned by Ford, and then, you know, picked up by Fiat.
I was wondering about that because I am familiar with you know, New Holland tractors. I don't think I've ever driven one, but I at least know that they exist. I did notice that if you want to talk about Fiat, the Fiat Chrysler group is merging with some other group, and I forget who it was. I almost said Renault, but I don't think that's correct.
We can find that out.
But the new company name will be called Stellantis, I believe, is what I saw.
Fiat Chrysler PSA mega merger.
Yeah,
Peugeot. Fiat Chrysler and Peugeot. Fiat Chrysler is already a company. Wow. So PSA is the French maker of Peugeot, Citroën, and Opel cars, all storied foreign brands. Fuga SimSport in the pits right now, actually taking their service. And will we see a driver change? Pierre Benoit Lemire has been in the car. It looks like he's staying in the car as they start to move again. And that ought to bring Freedom Maple Syrup back to within 1 lap and change.
Yeah, they're on the back straight now. Their last pit was lap 153. So I'm trying to see what their
yeah, they're a little off cycle, I
stints
believe.
are.
Yeah, I believe it's more like a 30 lap stint or so with these cars. But we still have Freedom Maple Syrup in second. It looks like Indy Autosport White has overtaken Garage 69 for third. And right now, with Indy Autosport White, Daniel Civisabo is in the car. We haven't seen Loki Brown, their other driver, as of yet. We've just seen Daniel, as well as the other gentleman whose name is Drew Becker,
who is in the YouTube chat, or was a few minutes ago.
That's right. I'm sorry, Drew. I don't mean to forget your name. We just didn't want to misspeak. And but anyway, that team, had a lap 1 incident, I think, and went off. Looked like unassisted into the. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe just lost track of the braking marker. But I won't speculate too much. But they're up on Garage 69 at this point by, looks like, 12 seconds.
Well, Daniel looks like they've done 113 laps, and looks like Drew's ran 58 laps. So both drivers have at least 2 of the drivers have been in the car.
That's right. That's right. And Garage 69, right now, we're showing Juan in the car.
And it may be that with a 12-hour race, there may be some teams that only have 2 drivers.
That could be. You could do it if you were determined. I mean, I'm sure we'll see somebody. I would
feel like
certainly prefer 3 or 4, but what the heck?
Right. I feel like Freedom Maple Syrup are going to try 2. We're going to see. But I know with Reggie and Alexander Davidson, I know they've been the 2 guys that have been in the car for the most part. And I believe from speaking with Reggie earlier this week that he was planning on doing 6 hours of the race. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's just the 2 of them so far. And, same with some of the other teams. So, so Garage 69 holding down 4th, and then in 5th spot is Enter Name here. Right now, holding what looks to be about a 7-second lead over Fusion Sim Sport. They were a little closer together earlier as we were watching. Here we'll take a look at Fusion Sim Sport. And at this point, it's still early. We're not even at halfway. We're just past 1/3. Still just trying to clock laps and keep the car clean. A lot can happen.
Absolutely. That's the name of these endurance games, is just trying to keep the car making laps as fast as possible and as cleanly as possible. I was going to take a look at, we've got a little more restrictive incident limit today because this is a 12-hour race. And it looks like we've got a couple of cars that are close or almost there. Apex Tech Racing is at 65 incident points.
Yeah, we've seen several drive-throughs, I would say, already.
Right. EVP's at 64.
Of the cars that are connected, the best that we have so far is 7 points. Next Level Racing, one of their teams, not the LMP car. One of their GTEs is on 7, as well as Leo Racing and Garage 69 plus 1, all on 7. So pretty impressive.
That is very impressive.
In the tail end, the highest we've got someone at 70, a couple in the 60s. Cars that have had a harder day.
Even Fusion Sim Sport is at 9, so that's pretty amazing also.
Yeah, and it could be a differentiator later on in the race if you can make up 30 seconds on someone because they had a drive-through. It'll be to your benefit. So let's check in on the GTE leaders. We got DHR Team Pro in the pits at the moment. The class leader. It's lap 150. This is lap 175. So those guys getting also. Oh wait, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. They're working their lap 150, right? So a lot of cars there. Last pitted. There's one at 116. DHR Team Pro is actually on the back end of this most recent pit window, which started around lap 145 for the second and third place car. N-Race Esports, which are driving the Ford. That's how I remember them. They are still out and have picked up some spots because of it. Still out. And they've passed the pit lane again, continuing on. Working their lap 150.
we have a another black flag that just was issued. I believe that was determine who that is. To slow motion VEC.
Yeah, we're still having some difficulty being able to jump to different incidents, Charles, as you know. So,
Right.
so it's been less of a focus. Slow motion VEC right now, running.
I think they're just coming in now to serve their penalty.
Yeah, they are. They're running in 17th spot in GTE class. So, having maybe a long day. They're still in a decent place considering there's some cars running that are in a lower, even further back. But there's almost always someone behind you. Almost always. Usually me. It's usually me back there.
Right.
I didn't tell you about my race at Elkhart Lake last night. I just had a terrible race at the end of the day. Made an unforced error on lap 1 and spun to the back, and then I had worked my way up to like 15th and was catching somebody and just clipped the grass and went around again. Just one of those things.
Yeah, my last race at Elkhart. Oh, there looks like we had a spin on the front stretch. SCCR by Delta Sport is around.
There they are, about to. Yeah, I'm just showing it now. Look at them being responsible and doing a backup. Look out! Look out! Oh gosh, so much fun to watch people rejoin. By which I mean not fun. Never a good feeling. Look at 4 wide there for a moment. Loving it. These guys are doing a really great job, as you mentioned when you came on the broadcast, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a really great job with the narrow track and the track limits. I mean, this track definitely is a good test of driver skill.
Yeah, that was a shame. He just was a little wide on exit going on to the main straight. Got in the gravel, had to check the car up, and just so happened that Adam Parley from Legend Racing was coming up behind him and hit him in the rear and put him into the wall, and that's how that goes.
Oh dear. Well, let's take a look at Legends, see how they are looking. Do we see? Well, let's do a rear chase and see if they look a little bumped up. Looks like the left corner looks a little lower than the right corner, if I'm not mistaken. But not too much damage if they front end.
And they're P7 in class. They're 2 laps down to the leaders, Leo. So having a pretty decent race.
Yeah, much better than I believe last time they were out on the first lap, if I'm not mistaken. So glad to see that. Not sure what happened with the Porsche Sport guys. They were having a pretty good run for quite a while. Looks like they've got a new driver, Paul Riga, in the car right now. Let's see if we can pick them up.
And they're just coming on the main straight. They're getting passed by inner name here.
They seem to be running all on their lonesome right now. Closest gap, I guess, the 8th place car is 6 seconds back. And that would be Garage 69, so 69 plus 1.
Yep, and Porsche Sport looks like they're a lap down to the leader, but still running P7. So still having a good race. Still, obviously 7.5 hours left to go. Anything can happen at this point.
Right.
So, yep. So DHR Team Pro still leading GTEs. Team Bush Fink Racing is in second. Next Level Racing by SJS Esports is in third. N-Race Esports in the Ford GT is in fourth. 24H Muglinger is in fifth. Ronin Sim Sport GTE in sixth. Porsche Sport, as we mentioned, in seventh. Garage 69+1 in eighth. Uncos Racing in ninth, and Bro Sim Racing GT in 10th. And Bro is let's see, Garage 69, Uncos, and Bro are all 2 laps down to the class leader.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, we're still seeing, certain races play out. There have been some changes in the top 10. Juncos had been up a little further. I think I saw them up as far as 6th. It may be pit cycle related. Garage 69 has actually not pitted yet on this cycle. They're the last ones to pit. Which is always a nice position to be in, I guess.
Right.
We'll just focus in on them for a minute here, if I can. Norbert Mlocek in the car. We'll see if he comes in this lap. Last pitted on 115. You got to admire all the GTE drivers spending all day kind of getting past. It's part of the game. It's part of the skill required to drive these cars, to be able to maintain your speed on an offline, potentially once one of those prototypes gets on the inside. It's just, and you.
Yeah, being primarily a GT driver, having some experience in LMP but not a lot. The hardest thing in the world to do is to maintain your racing line. You want to get out of those fast cars way as quickly as possible, but the instant you start trying to anticipate where they're going to go, you're going to end up being where they are. And that's always one of the more difficult things to try and learn is just maintain a consistent line. As long as you're maintaining a consistent line, they will find their way around you. And we've seen time and again where accidents happen because people are trying to be nice. And being nice is not necessarily what you want to be. Being nice is great if you're in traffic on the interstate, not so much if you're on a racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, though, it is a hard line to follow. I mean, we're just watching people work their way past Norbert here, and you can see him taking the inside line, taking the outside line. It's really there's a line, if you will, that you cross that, if the other car is close enough, if they reach the corner before you, they will take your line, and then you have to just let it roll around the outside. But if you're in and committed to the primary line, then you have to just stick with it, and they either have to wait or go around the outside.
Yep. As we said in the first broadcast, patience is always your best friend in races like this. You will end up doing more damage to your car by trying to make a move that's not there than by losing a second in a corner because you're waiting to pass on a straight.
And he's in the pits. The Garage 69+1 taking the pit lane. We'll see if there's a driver change or what.
Yep. Driver change for Garage 69.
All right. Got Jacob Okmansky coming into the car. Let's see how he does. Presumably they will lose a few spots with this late pit cycle. They're on lap 154 as their pit stop. It looks like N-Race Esports also has been pitting here. Let's see if we can pick them up. They're on their out lap. Yeah.
And Garage 69 is taking tires as well. So they'll be full of fuel, fresh tires, and a fresh driver.
Yeah, I usually find that's best. When you get in the car, you want fresh tires. Occasionally I've seen it done otherwise, but well. So it looks like GTE is the only class where we may have drivers on the lead lap besides the leader. That said, DHR working lap 157. Team Bushfink also lap 157. Next level in third, working lap 156. Although it's always a matter of timing. They've just started their lap 157. So 3 cars maybe on the lead lap. In fourth spot, 24-hour Moglinger just coming around onto the front straight to start lap 157. While and let's pick them up.
Well, so I'm sure we'll talk about this. It's time for the ad break, but just to let you know that Freedom Maple Syrup is out of the race.
Huh. A shocker.
So it is a shocker.
What happened? See, we're not able to pick them up on track. That's a crusher for them.
Yep. So we will try, and I see we've got somebody waiting, but it is time for the top of the hour ad, Colin. And,
yeah, let's give it a run.
Thanks for getting us going this morning. And when we come back, it'll be me and Thomas Cope, and we'll have a driver interview with Luke Holroyd, and we'll see if we can get Reggie Robertson in here also, and just talk about what happened with the race. So.
All right, guys. I want to thank everybody for listening from the top of the broadcast. It's been a ton of fun. I'll be back a little later, but right now it's going to be over to Charles and Thomas. And we're going to run ad 3, 2, 1, hitting the primary.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
say yes.
Okay. Hey, there we go, and we're back. So sorry about that. Looks like we had a little technical difficulty, which is par for the course for us. So we'll see if we can get everybody back up to date. So we do have, I did speak with Reggie, and we're going to try and get him later in the broadcast and speak to him. But we will work on getting Luke Holroyd with Porsche Sport in here to talk about their race. I'll give you a quick recap. Looks like the leaders are still Fuga Sim Sport. Now Indy Auto Sport is up to second. And with me today and for the next little while is Mr. Thomas Cope. So Thomas, welcome into the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I'll be with you guys for the next couple of hours, obviously. Watching the race is it's an interesting race. Obviously, a lot of the drivers struggling with the busyness of the track, being quite full. Always having cars around them, but yeah, they seem to be managing it well and doing a really good job of it. On a quick little note, but yeah, yeah, the guys on track. Seen a few little incidents from steward inside, self-inflicted incidents and stuff like that, but nothing too major. I think obviously we've got Luke on the lined up for a little interview here, so why don't we go ahead and see if he's if we can get anything out of him with the way the car feels on track.
Absolutely.
Hi, Luke. Just welcome you to the broadcast booth. Are you there?
I am, yes, yeah.
So, yeah. So obviously, I'm TC Thomas Cope. We also have Charles here. Just want to obviously get a few questions out of you. Obviously, see how this stuff is for you over in Porsche Sport. How's the car handling and what's the track conditions like for you guys?
Yeah, it's going okay. I was trying to get one of the drivers to come in, but I think they're a little bit fatigued from the driving. It's really intense out there. We've been watching some of the other teams, and they're double stinting the drivers. We're looking at just doing one stint per driver, just because it's so relentless with the traffic. It's not easy for all classes out there. It's really tricky. I think I'm losing my voice a little bit just from trying to spot. And some points it's 3 or 4 wides with LMPs, but they're trying to get around as quick as they can as well. So it's a little bit tricky for them out there. We've had our own incidents. We've been involved in incidents. We unfortunately had a bit of a tangle with one of the other GT teams, Next Level Racing, the 69 car. One of them moments where we got a 0x. I think they braked a little bit earlier, and as driver at the time thought it was net code, but looking back, I think we were to blame a little bit. It's just traffic around us. But we served as penalty, so we came in served as penalty. I've noticed Reggie on the stream's not so happy about serving his penalties, but it's a bit crazy out there.
Yes, this is we as we were working the schedule, we figured this would be the track that would be the most difficult for the multi-class racing. It's very tight. We did at least go with the historic, because we thought that even the final chicane would be a bit much. So if we use the Grand Prix circuit. So how many Luke? How many drivers are going to use with Porsche Sport today?
So we've just got 3 for this round. So Paul Rieger, who's in the car now, and then we've got Josh Cam and Ryan Parkins have both been out early in the stint. So just the 3 of them. And as I mentioned, we normally swapping drivers at each stint. I've noticed some of the other GT cars have been double stinting the tyres, which is fair play, because it's you need the grip out there just to be, if you get pushed off line by one of the LMPs.
Well, absolutely.
You kind of need the grip, but I've noticed N-Race they've been double stinting the tyres, so fair play to them. But we're looking at just single stinting at the minute. But we're doing all right. I don't think we're doing as good as we did at Le Mans in round 1, but there's still a long way to go as well.
Well, yes, absolutely.
we're still up there battling with some of the guys. So
right, yeah. There's we've still got 7.5 hours left in the race, and so anything literally can happen between now and then. So a P7 at this point in the race could end up being a P1 or P2 at the end of the race. Just never know, or worse, which is always the other side of that coin, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of luck that goes into this. It's where you meet a lot of the traffic, and like I said, when you've got LMP2s and ones, if you get them coming up together and they're battling each other, anything could happen. There's been a lot of incidents, and some could have been avoided. Some are just racing incidents, and you get this with multi-class racing. You get it in the real world, in the World Endurance Series, just for an example, championship, and there's incidents that happen through there, and some are avoidable, some are not. It just happens in multi-class racing. So we'll keep fighting on, and it might get interesting as well. And it gets a little bit darker later.
Yeah, it's always a risk, would you say, going in the slower class car when you've got such cars as LMP1s and LMP2s around you?
Yeah, potentially. I think you rely on that everyone's here knows a little bit about all the classes. I'm sure most people watching know how all the classes work, but the GTE cars, you can't really go offline much. You haven't got as much downforce as the prototypes that are coming past. So you kind of rely on them to take the outside lines. But that comes with risks as well for them. There's marbles out on the track like there would be in real life, especially as it gets later on into the race. So it's a challenge in the GTEs, but I think it's a challenge across them all. I think the LMP ones, at least they've got the boost that they can dump and get past most of the classes when they need to. The LMP2s obviously haven't got as much acceleration as the P1s, so it can be a little bit more tricky. When you get a really fast GTE driver, maybe one of the slower LMP2 drivers. I don't think there's many in the series, but that can be quite a challenge because the speed difference isn't always that big. But it's a full grid as well. Look how many GTEs there is in LMP2, right. So it's crazy. But yeah, I think for the series.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of that coin is the LMP cars have less room for error because they are the faster cars. They do have more downforce, but any damage they take will be extremely painful for those cars. And the GTE can take a little more pounding if necessary, especially on the sides, without losing as much of their top speed.
Yeah, they need all that. The LMPs need the cars almost pristine just to keep all that downforce. And as you mentioned, you're right, the GTs they're a little bit tougher. But yeah, it's just crazy. But it's good to see. I'm excited to see it go into the darkness later on as well.
Yes, we really talked about the fact that this will be dark at the end of this race, and this track does not have lights. So when it gets dark, it will be dark. It will be very dark. So it's interesting. But Luke, thanks for coming in and talking with us. We appreciate it. And good luck to you and your team in the rest of the race. Thanks for coming in to see us.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the stream and doing a great job in race control as well. That's not easy, guys.
We appreciate that.
See you soon, guys.
All right, thanks. That was Luke Holroyd with Porsche Sport. It was good to talk to him. So let's see what we've got here. And let me kind of reorient. If you want to say something, let me reorient myself with the software again. Like I haven't been seeing this for days on end, apparently.
Yeah, I was just looking through some of the packs. We've got a bunch of packs up on track. A few little spots where we've got a couple of cars bunching up. Some of them are fighting for position. Some of them just fighting for the sake of it. I would like to say. I mean, we don't want to promote fighting cars who are lapped up and laps down and stuff like that, but hey, it proves to be good racing in the end, as long as they keep it nice and clean on our end. We like to see it sometimes.
Absolutely.
Would obviously be nice if you could work out and show some of these fights, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Right. Yep. So we'll kind of give you a rundown on the standings as they are. We have Fuga Sim Sport is still in first place overall. And now the gap between them and Indy Autosport White, Drew Becker, in the car now is 4 laps. So Fuga is so now the trick for them is to basically just be as safe as possible and run a clean race. Don't do anything crazy, and just try and bring the car home. It's still early, obviously, and still things that can happen. But with that kind of a lead, you can afford to be quite a bit more patient. As I said, Indy Autosport White was in P2, are now in P3. Garage 69 has moved up to P2. Intername here Racing in 4th, MJR Racing Team in 5th. Next Level Racing by SJS Esports LMP1 is in 6th. Fusion Sim Sport in 7th, and as we have spoken about before the break, Freedom Maple Syrup's out of the race. They are now P8 in class. So we got back over to the got our software back to the most exciting. So it's bouncing around between Garage 69, Juan Carlos Alcala, Chirinos is behind the wheel of that car. Oh, you got a spin. It's the 47 car, Indy Autosport Red, Derek Holland. Oof. And was able to, looks like it was just did not see any other cars with them. So it looks like it may have been just a solo spin. I couldn't tell, but nobody else got involved in it, which is great news.
Yeah, so if you've seen obviously a few instances coming around the track, a few little spins here and there. I'm noticing a few cars throughout the track having a few spins as well. We are getting quite late into the day. Track temps are really cooling down as well. So in the sim time virtual world, we're currently looking about 7:25 p.m. So fairly late. We'll be hitting sunset soon. We do kind of have a 26 degrees C track temps as well. So it'd be nice to see some of the drivers' times picking up as well. Obviously in the cooler conditions, to be able to go a little bit faster on those tires.
Yeah, absolutely. May see some fast lap times. You know, so, Colin said something about this earlier. The Adam Parlay and the Legends Racing car does have a very Gulf livery feel to it, even though it doesn't have any Gulf signage on it. But it's very that pale blue and orange, almost maybe an inverse of. No, it's too light for McLaren, but
Yeah, they're two very nice, sexy colours.
They are. They go well together.
Yeah, would see why they've got them on there. But yeah, even if they aren't Gulf, you gotta give them. There's some nice liveries out there. I mean, you look up and down the field. You got DGTCR as well, with a very Iron Man-esque livery. I would like to say. It's my first thoughts when I see that type of livery. But yeah, a lot of good liveries up and down the field, to be honest.
Yeah, there's some great looking cars out there. I still think that I'm still a big fan of the Hexa Racing Team. That purple and chrome is quite nice. I like it. So let's talk about the LMP2 field. Leo Racing Team is still in the lead at the LMP2 class. Venomworks Prototype is in 2nd. TC Corsa Esports is in 3rd. Legends Racing is in 4th. Banzu RX Flow White is in 5th. Venomworks Endurance is in 6th. BroSim Racing LMP2 is in 7th. Stage 1 Racing at 8th. Indy Autosport Red in 9th. Turn 1 Pro Divers in 10th. Reaper Racing 11th. Quality Control Racing in 12th. DG TCR, easy for me to say, is in 13th. EVP Escuela Virtual Pilotos is in 14th. And I believe we've got some further lap down. Apex Tech Racing is in 15th. They're quite a bit laps down. Ronin Sim Sport is in 16th. NSR Silver in 17th. Team Bushfink in 18th. Shawshank in 19th. And I believe that's the end of the LMP2 class.
I was going to say, I think looking up and down the fields, we're getting a few spots opening up with a bit of free track, but GT class is all very, very spread out at the moment. Not really any fights anywhere up and down. Just a few lap cars fighting some of the faster cars that are up there at the moment.
Well, FIFA fans in the chat was nice enough to inform me the track does have lights. I did some testing on this track. It may have lights, but they're not going to be useful for these guys. So it may have some lighting, but for the most part, this is going to be a pretty dark track once the sun goes down.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see some of the cars who may have had front end damage that haven't been able to get it repaired earlier in the race. If their lights are as effective as
we've got let's see, we've got Garage 69 coming up behind a car that looks like it's got some engine damage. Couldn't catch the number of that car.
Someone's having a barbecue on the front straight, obviously. A bit of smoke down there for that Garage 69 team.
Yeah, it's not Garage 69, but it was another car. I'm just trying to identify it. And I'm afraid I don't want to use the replay.
I think that is Drew Williams in the Apex Tech Racing team.
Okay.
I
thought there was a number 13 in there somewhere. That's what it looked like.
And from what I've just seen on their engine has just blown as well. Don't know if we'll see it on the stream if you've got to that point yet, Charles, but they've pulled over and towed that car.
Looks like they're towed. So yeah, they're sitting in the pits waiting on the tow to complete.
So unfortunately for them, they've had a few incidents throughout the race, a few little mistakes of their own, but they were doing very well. It's unfortunate for those guys, but that's going to be a hefty sit down and relax for 10, 15, 20 minutes while they get a new engine put into that car.
Is that the time? Is it 15 minutes?
I don't quote me, but I think I think they'll be having a nice 20-minute break.
Okay. I think it's 30 in the GTE car, but if I remember correctly, but
if only we could get out on track and blow an LMP2 car engine up and quickly see for the so we could get that information for you guys.
Well, if you remember correctly, I think I did at Monza for the 6-hour race. So, which is always lovely after spending 12 minutes in the pits for repairs, to go out and run 4 laps for the engine to explode. It's always nice.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see stuff like that. Oh, as I am seeing a bit of contact between Porsche Sport and N-Race over here. That is a fight for P6. Don't know if we can...
we can.
Head over to see that. We were just fighting a second ago. Got a little bit of a gap back between them now, but yeah. See if we can get this Ford GT to catch up to the back of the Porsche Sport car. Obviously, a lot of strategy playing into game between these two teams. Obviously, Porsche Sport changing the drivers every stint, every time they come into the pits. I presume N-Race are probably one of those teams that Porsche Sport were on about. They're probably double stinting tyres and probably doing a couple of stints driver size as well. But we always love to see a good Ford GT out on track. I would say all the teams had a nice choice of cars, and out of all the GT cars, we had one Ford GT enter the series with us this season.
There we go. It looks as though that they are close together on the track, but it looks like that the Porsche Sport car is a lap ahead based on the gap of 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
Maybe the way I'm seeing things, they are on the same lap, but it could be my sim telling me different things.
Right.
Just a Porsche Sport car getting a bit of a gap here between him and the Ford GT, with a bit of an LMP2 in between them at the moment. Obviously being nice and patient, which we love to see from Banzu RX Flow WT.
Yep, that's kind of weird. It's Yep, I think there's a little bit of a gremlin in the software there as far as that comparison, time comparison.
We must have a lot between these two guys then. It was a fight for position either way though. Still P6 and P7.
Absolutely.
Just on different laps.
Let's take a look at the leader in the DHR Team Pro car and then GTE class leader, and just kind of ride around with him for a bit.
We can see how these guys deal with the traffic from LMP2s and LMP1s.
Of course, always on the main straight is always the easiest part of the track to pass. Then as you get through here, as you go through Elf and into Renault, up to Repsol, then becomes quite a bit more difficult.
DHR having a nice clean lap at the moment.
Yep, that Victor Miranda in the DHR Team Pro car. It helps that he's got a bit of a lead, almost a full lap over Ronan Simsport. Vincenzo Amico. Vincenzo, I'm going Vincenzo. I like that. Sounds good.
Be interested to see seeing a few penalties coming out here and there. I'm going to see if I can get a little report for you guys and see what penalties are coming out onto the drivers, and give you a little idea of what's going on throughout the track.
Sure. And we'll switch over to Leo Racing Team, who is about to start another lap, and they have, it looks as if they have at least a 1 lap lead over Venom Works Endurance. I think these guys are a few laps off of as far as their pit cycle. So this 1 lap gap may be temporary until Leo comes in for their pit. but we'll keep an eye on it. Still, like I said, like we keep saying, it's still almost a little over 7 hours left in the race. So it's anything can happen, and probably will.
Yeah, just like the 24 we did not too long ago here, Charles, Le Mans with this. We're at that point of the race. A lot of the teams are just trying to settle in, get some consistent laps, trying to relax a little bit, and hopefully get to the end of the race.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Get to the end of the race. That's the first goal. It looks like a lot of the LMP1 cars are in the pit. Yep, I think Fuga just came out, as well as Garage 69.
Just noting a lot of the GT cars, some of them are deciding to drive with damage instead of getting it repaired. Be interesting to find out with some of these cars I'm noticing if this is damage that they can't get repaired, or if it has been repaired and that's as repaired as it'll be.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, when you're in the lower classes of racing, you have what's called fast repairs, and everybody thinks, oh, you got a brand new car. Well, that's not necessarily the case. It just, you don't pay it. You don't have a time penalty for getting the car repaired, but that doesn't mean it's back to 100% of its condition. So same thing with these. When you take these repairs, as we were talking about with a 6-hour race that we ran a little while back. We came in for 11 minutes of repairs for the front end, but it had already done enough damage to the engine that it overheated and exploded 4 laps later. So yeah, I don't know. These some of this damage may be just superficial enough that it doesn't affect the car's handling or the top speed. I would think that if the top speed was an issue, these cars would be in the pits getting it repaired. Let's take a look in and see. So we got Fuga just came across the start-finish line. We'll see how. Well, I mean, they're 4 laps ahead of Garage 69, so there's really no really no reason to go looking to see how far back they are. It looks like we're in this part of the race where we're going to start looking for battles on the track to try and find some exciting racing. So let's see what we've got with Turn 1 Pro. Let's go with Turn 1 Pro Divers, who's in P5 in class in the 48 car. And they have looks like an 11-second gap, 10-second gap to Legends Racing.
Thought I did see a backstop battle coming along, but fortunately a couple of other GTs who are laps ahead intervened and broke that file. Hexa Racing Purple and Taipan or Taipane weren't too far in distance. 2.3 seconds separate those two guys now, though, unfortunately. It'd be interesting to see if Jason Dickinson behind the wheel of that Taipan racing car can jump back behind the Hexa Racing Purple Ferrari. and maybe provide a little bit of content for you guys.
Well, we'll see if we can find them.
Seeing the Ronin Sim Sport team currently in 4th place ahead of Tobias Bleach behind the wheel of that 24 hours of Moglinger car. Currently 5 seconds separate those two guys and an LMP1. Be also interesting to see if those guys start having a fight. Both those two teams having some good races today actually. Keeping it nice and clean and staying nice and consistent with lap times as well, despite the faster cars coming and destructing those guys.
Hey, look, I did a thing. Look, there's Taipan on the screen. Like he's got a 1.5 second lead over Marco Erdmann in the NJB Performance.
Nice. Let's see if we can find any other fights on track with us here today.
Yeah, it looks like we're going through some pit cycles right now, so it's going to be. We'll see. Let's just go back and we'll just let iRacing tell us what's the most exciting for the time being as we let the field go through pit cycles. Then we'll come back and see what's going on.
Yeah, be interested to see the. I'm keeping a very close eye on the Hexa Racing Purple and Taipan Racing team. They are back within a second of the Hexa team, so it'd be interesting to see. Maybe that is a position for those guys. That is a fight for P11. So all being well, we might be able to have a good 1-for-1 race here.
There's that lovely purple and chrome car, Hexa Racing Team Purple.
As we get to it, I'm just seeing Taipan and making a little bit of a mistake behind those guys and going onto the gravel a little bit. Might just see on the broadcast for you guys, or might have seen it. I'm a little bit behind from what I'm watching on broadcast. Yeah, that gap's opened up a bit again, unfortunately.
It has. Which, we'll see that as we go through. We'll have these gaps that come and go.
It was interesting to see, and I'm probably sure the other lads covered it earlier in the broadcast, but looking back at the quali lap times, from the start of the race, obviously, that set the grids for these guys. It was 2 and a bit seconds that separate the whole GTE field here today.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was, I was remarking on it where the top 5 were separated by 8/100ths of a second.
So we had Porsche Sport with a 37.621. The 24H Moglinger with a 37.649. And DHR Team Pro 37.668. And also Ronin Simsport with 37.689. Very, very quick from those guys, and all of them being very quick in qualifying and showing some of that pace.
As we can see, I've picked the gap. We've got a 8-second gap between P3 and P4 in the LMP1 class. That's Drew Becker in the Indy Autosport White is in P3. Christopher Damcaller and is in Intername Here Racing. They're in P4, and they're about 8 seconds back. So that's a pretty tight battle in a class that's quite a bit of distance between the rest of the field. 4 laps down to from P1 to P2. Quite a distance between P2 and P3, and then this battle, which is about 9 seconds.
I am also seeing a nice little. It's not such a scrap yet, but hopefully something comes away from these guys in terms of pace. But we've got Junk Coast Racing Esports. They are currently within 5 seconds of the N-Race team in that Ford GT. And that Ford GT is currently still... They're struggling a little bit, but they're sticking very well with them. But the 10 seconds up the road is a Paul Rieger in that lovely Porsche Sport car.
Yeah, well, what I'm seeing about the Tomasanto and the N-Race car is it's clean. No damage to it. All the corners look like they're supposed to. So which is going to benefit them. But yeah, it's back to Manuel Scully. See, now the gap is stretched out, so maybe some pitting going on.
Dealing with a little bit of traffic there is Emmanuel. Had an LMP2 and another LMP2, funnily enough. But yeah, he's managing the traffic well, and I think we may see a nice little fight come up eventually. Be interesting to see which car may come on track as the better. Any info on what happened there?
I do not have any info on what happened there.
Let's see what we can find out. That was Christopher in the Enter Name Here car. I believe that was a tow back to pit, so I'm gonna quickly run back through and see what might have happened. I'm wondering, do you think maybe they fell to the same look as the Freedom Maple Syrup car with Alex Davidson, I believe it was, behind the wheel of running out of fuel, not coming in on the lap they should.
You said that was Intername Here?
Yeah. Yeah, by the sounds of his engine, looking at it,
replay working.
But yeah, it just sounds like as if he's forgot to pit on the correct lap, and obviously running out of fuel, falling to the same look at that Freedom Maple Syrup car earlier in the race, towing it back to pits. We have the replay stuck on the screen.
Yep, it's cleared.
Hey. Be interesting to see on all being well on the next lap for the Fuga Simsport team if we could get a nice little onboard for the next lap. See how those guys deal with the traffic that lies in front of them. Got a couple of LMPs and GTs around them at the moment.
Coming out. So let's do this. Let's go on board. A little gyro cam. Got to get a feel for what this car drives like.
The luxury onboard entertainment today.
Come down through turn 1 and turn 2. And through F. Tricky little left-hander right here.
A 122.3 for those guys in that car. So very good clean lap from those guys.
Yep, absolutely.
Especially this stage in the race, we've got 25 degrees C track temps. So we've got a fairly cool track. Definitely a lot cooler than it was earlier in the race, safe to say.
And Porsche Sport was nice enough to let us know that their driver swap. Rico was out and Josh Cam's back in the car. Sitting on board, or now we're kind of checking out MJR Racing. As they're navigating their way around the track, down Main Street. we seem like we focused a lot on the leaders. I think we'll just kind of bounce around from car to car, get some different views of how things look.
Yeah, I'm looking up and down the results as it stands, and I've not seen too much, but somehow they're doing really well. Except for the -4 laps they are from Fuga. But
Right.
Indy Autosport White, as far as I'm aware, they didn't have the greatest of qualies. Although in saying that, they did qualify second.
Right.
But they kind of dropped off through the start of the race. Currently sat there in third place though. Not too far behind the Garage 69 car, I believe. So yeah, they're within 15-20 seconds of the Garage 69 team. So maybe that's a fight for position later we might see coming up. We got the top three in the LMP2. So we've got Venom Works Prototype, TC Course Esports W, and Leo Racing Team all on the same lap currently. So maybe there's another fight there coming up later in the race. But yeah, a lot of the teams currently selling into the rhythm. Got a lot of time left to race for those guys, and yeah, maybe we'll see more action later in the race.
Yeah, looks like the gap right now between Venom Works and Leo Racing Team is about 17 seconds. So, and that is for the class lead. So we'll keep an eye on them and just see what's going on. And then TC Corsa is in third. They're 43 seconds now off the class lead. It appears as if both Venom Works and Leo are now in their pit cycle.
I am noticing Hexa Racing Team Purple may have found a little bit of pace behind that Ferrari car. Starting to catch up to the rear end of that Garage 69+1 car, the Corvette. They are currently 1.3 seconds separating those two teams. So maybe there's another fight there we might end up seeing. All being well very soon here for you guys.
Let's take a look down at the battle in the GT3 class.
Did I just hear you right? GT3 class.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, GTE class. It's been a long day already, and it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So as we see, we've got Ryder with the DHR Team Pro again. So we've got a few cars that may be blinking. It's kind of playing games with their software, which is always a problem when you're online racing.
Yeah, just a few instances and situations that some of the teams have to handle. Obviously, being a very international event such as this, we have teams from all over the world, and a few teams specific maybe struggling with internet connections and as such. And but yeah, even such as ourselves, our broadcasting team, we get issues down the line here and there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're riding on board with Team Bushfink Racing. Bushfink Racing is now P2 in the GTE class. And looks like they're about 30 seconds behind DHR Team Pro. Next Level Racing is behind. They're in P3, and they looks like they're within 8 seconds of Team Bushfink as I try and make our software behave itself.
Must be that stage of the race for the LMP2s. Seen a lot of the LMP2 teams slowly making their way into pit lane and taking a pit stop.
Yep.
Be interesting to see. Maybe later on in the race. Don't know if any of the teams would be open to sharing the strategies this early on in the race. If they had a strategy such as this, but if anyone's potentially trying to save fuel to maybe get rid of a pit stop towards the end of the race and not have to serve maybe a splash and dash towards the end, or maybe they want to do a splash and dash. But yeah, be interesting to see from some of the teams what type of strategies they're taking in this race.
Yeah. There's probably almost as many strategies as there are teams out there. So each one will be, and strategy's great until the first time you have a spin or or contact or a penalty or something like that. Then it's the constant revision of that strategy is usually what ends up having you perform well during these races.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if towards the end of the race, if there was a team out there that's managed to start with a strategy and not have to change it too drastically from what they originally started with. No, we have a couple of teams out there that have managed to keep it very nice and clean and pretty much under the radar and not had any incidents really.
So if you can see that, I'm not sure. But there is now the gap between Team Bushfink and GTE, Yari Talgren, and Next Level Racing, Cass Brinkhuizen. The gap is now 5 seconds. So that is definitely tightening up. I believe that DHR Team Pro just actually took their pit stop. So this may be even may be even tighter once they come out of the pits. So we see Next Level Racing going through Banco da Sabadell. Then into New Holland. And back on the main straight. It looks like they have taken over P2 in class, at least temporarily. I guess would be that the pit cycles will be coming up in just a minute.
Don't know if we can quickly. I don't know if we can do a replay, but Indy Autosport Red, I believe that was, just having a little spin coming through turns 3, the long sweeper, in front of quite a few cars as well. So they had to stay out on track for a second and wait for a lot of the tunes to pass. Nice and safe from those guys, obviously, but back on track running.
We'll see if we can get that replay for you.
I'm not sure if we've got that
replay. The answer is
but...
no. So it appears like we don't have that replay.
And unfortunately for you guys, I'll describe it, but maybe the Intersport Red team had maybe a little bit of help from the Junkers Racing Esports team in the Porsche, in the GT class. A little bit of contact between those two cars. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe there's an incident report of this arising from this incident. And, what's said from the stewards of this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. We'll go back to Team Bushfink. I don't think the gap is. Don't think the gap between those two cars is 5 laps. As you can see, if you look a little further back, let's see if we can get a rear chase. That would be a good one. As you can see, a little behind the Team Bushfink car, got a. There's our Next Level. You see he's about 2 cars behind. Looks like there's some lap traffic in between them, as well as an LMP car who's trying to make his way through. But the gap is 1.7 seconds. Oh, the gap's now pulled up to 2 seconds. So we'll focus on the GTEs for a bit. As we do have it still, we still have 3 cars on the lead lap. Team Bush Fink in the Porsche, followed by Next Level, also in a Porsche, and then of course Porsche Sport, who I'm going to say is in a Porsche. So, as well as Juncos in P4, who's in a Porsche. So it seems like the Porsches have made their way up to the front of the pack now, as we kind of saw with the race in Le Mans. Seemed like the Porsches did really, really well in that race. Looks like they're starting to exert their dominance in this race also.
Well, we're currently watching the GT battle, obviously. Just another battle I'm keeping an eye on for any drama. With a 6-second gap between the two, but Venomworks Endurance and Venomworks Prototype, 2 teams that have kind of gone under the radar a little bit in my eyes, and both those guys, P3 and P4 currently, doing really well for those teams, setting some really good laps as well. So it'd be interesting to see a little fight between 2 teammates there on track.
Yeah, I'm looking at Venomworks, and they were less than a second off their fast lap after 5.5 hours of racing. So they're doing really well. And we expect that the lap times will increase as the track temp goes down. Everybody will have a little more grip. Should make the racing a lot tighter, and a lot cleaner, hopefully. So, chat, if you'll excuse me, Thomas, 1 minute. I need fuel and tires. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. believe we've been left watching the Bushfink racing battle. But yeah, I'm still keeping a very close eye on the Venomworks battle. Be interesting to see those 2 teams having a nice fight. Obviously, we still do have Fuga still dominating the top of the table in the LMP1. Funnily enough, India Sport White, maybe they're a bit out of sync with fuel strategy and pit stops, but they've seemed to have made 1 lap back to Fuga. So now currently 3 laps down, with the Garage 69 team 1 lap behind those guys. We do still have Leo Racing Team and TC Course both on the same lap at the top of the LMP2 field. So it'd be interesting to see those guys fight towards the end of the race if they can keep it up. And as obviously we're watching the fight towards the top of the table of the GT field. Obviously they're all very close in the GTs being in the slower car.
I'm back. I had a couple optional repairs I just went ahead and took. So while I was out, thank you for holding down the fort for me.
It's never too much of a pain when you've got not much action going on at this stage in the race.
That's right.
Venomworks Endurance getting a little bit loose on some of the corners. Looks like they're struggling with that car a little bit. Maybe the setup's not tiered towards the cooler conditions of the racetrack, or maybe it's a late stage of the tyre strategy. Some very worn tyres, maybe. Though I am noticing the V.E.C team are setting the pace. They have just currently set the fastest lap of the race so far.
Oh wow!
With a 21.3.
Yep.
So
you would think with the gap that they have, which if everything looks correct, is 6 laps. Oh, I can see because it looks like we've got most of the rest of the field is in the pits. Is this the car you were looking at earlier, Tom? The Freedom Works Endurance?
Yes.
The prototype?
It was the Endurance team they were looking to get a little bit loose here and there, but as obviously we've seen on stream, getting through the traffic really nicely. Pace-wise, they do look like they've dropped off the pace a little bit, so maybe they are struggling with tyres and just trying to get to the end towards the end of their stint. A lot of the LMP2s are on a very similar strategy, pitting between laps 202 and 206 for a lot of the teams.
So it sounds like most of the teams haven't deviated from that. Run it till it's dry, add fuel, add tires.
That's the way to go with strategy.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if they've talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast, but I think we decided that we went with the Frankfurt server for the race today. It seems like most of the teams, almost all the teams, I'd say the vast majority of the teams had better connectivity to the Frankfurt servers.
Yeah, a lot of the teams being more based towards Europe and UK for a couple, a few US which seem to be managing just fine on these servers. But yeah, most of the drivers here today seem to be just fine for now, not struggling too badly. Just someone I have got in mind for a little bit of a broadcast moment. Mr. Simon Randall, I'd like to pronounce his name as, for the Term 1 Pro Drivers team. Busy weekend for himself. He's got this race here today, and if I am not mistaken, I believe I've seen him racing tomorrow in a Daytona race as well.
Oh wow!
Also looking, I've just noticed V.E.C Sport do not want to slow down here today. Yet again, have gone faster with a 20.9 here on track.
That's crazy.
So obviously V.E.C Sport with no signs of slowing down with Patrick Palchat behind the wheel. Just wants to keep extending that gap. If I'm not mistaken, that is 400ths off his qualifying time that was set for these guys, which did grab him the pole as well. So currently, they are setting quali laps right now. So they do not want to slow down. They want to extend that lead as much as possible, clearly.
Amazing how fast that is. So, Thomas, can you see who else is racing with Patrick? I've seen Patrick's name, but I did not see who his teammate was in the race.
Yep. Just give me uno momento.
No problem.
Fuga Simsport. So we, behind the wheel of that Fuga Simsport LMP1 team, we have Patrick Pelchat, Amiak, Wes Copis. I am very bad with names.
Okay.
A
Is
couple,
that,
a lot of
Mike
names.
Weisskopfer? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, a couple of names that myself I can't. I'm very bad with pronunciations. But yeah,
sorry to put you through that there, Tom. Sorry to put you through that there, Tom. Sorry about that.
We do have one driver for that Fuga Simsport team who's currently not in the sim and has not been behind the wheel yet, and that is Rick Verbeisen.
Yeah, and Rick's actually been in the YouTube chat earlier. I saw him. Ryan Parkins is also driving the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain tomorrow. So also doing double duty this weekend.
Yeah, we have a lot of the series class league races coming up soon. Obviously, with the Daytona 24 just around the corner, we've got the Raw before the 24. A few Daytona 24 league races out there, and as I'm also a part of a BMW Z4 send off, which is tomorrow night at Daytona. So stick around the iRacing areas. You'll probably see those streams coming up tomorrow and during the upcoming weeks.
Rick wanted to let us know that he's not driving today. He's just spotting. He'll be in for the Spa 24 up next. Rick, thanks. We appreciate the info.
Yeah, good to see you out there on track, obviously, Rick. And I wish your team good luck here today.
Says we need more driver in interviews. Yeah, we need to get some more drivers in here. I think once as we get ready to prepare for the next our next pit stop and driver swap or broadcaster swap, we'll see if we can round up a couple people to talk. I know, like I said, we're going to get Reggie Robertson in here a little later. But we'll see if we can get some other drivers as well. Matter of fact, Drew Becker, if you're in the chat still, you could jump into the driver waiting room. We'll pull you in right now. And we'll see if Drew wants to come in and talk to us. Thank you, Drew. Appreciate that. Look at that. You ask and the man shows up. So we'll just get Drew in here. Drew Becker, how are you today?
Oh, not too bad. How about you?
Oh, pretty good. So, Indy Autosport White running in P2, but Fuga's putting on a show today.
Yeah, they're kind of on another level right now. I saw they have V.E.C in there. V.E.C, who's a guy that races with us in Apex Racing League, the GT stuff. So we know he's quick, and he kind of separated a little bit. I think he gained 2 laps on us while I was in the car, between pits and stuff like that. So they got their fast drivers in as usual, kind of like Le Mans. So we're just having fun back here.
And sometimes that's all you can do is just kind of enjoy the drive. So how's your race going otherwise?
Not too bad right now. It's just Danny and I. Loki had some personal stuff going on this week, so our Le Mans world record guy is not with us. But we're just, we're kind of hanging in there. We're kind of taking the strategy like we did in Le Mans, where we just kind of hang back, wait for mistakes, capitalize off of it. So we're just trying to play it safe right now.
But sometimes that's the best you can do, and just like we've talked about since we've been in the broadcast booth is all it takes is one mistake and you do a little damage, and the next thing you know you're having your engine replaced for these LMP cars. You just never know what's going to happen with them.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially we got another car in the LMP2, and I know those cars, if you get a little bit of damage, those engines can blow after a couple hours or so. So it's always a concern.
So, I know you said Loki is not driving today. Is he just quick at Le Mans? He pretty much quick everywhere.
Just about everywhere. So he just actually this week set the world record for Road Atlanta in the P1 as well. So he's kind of a freak of nature. We're definitely missing him, because I think with him we'd be hopefully closer to Fuga. But I think Danny and I are holding it down pretty well. We're just trying to stay close in the points, because I know right now we're tied with them for the championships. So
yeah,
that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, and I don't have the incident report up, so I can't tell how many how you guys are doing versus them as far as low incident number, which will get you some bonus points.
So I think with Barcelona, there's always going to be a pretty high amount, just off tracks and avoiding other cars due to how kind of swervy it is. We're up there. We don't have a penalty. We're not close yet, but with the way that Barcelona is, there's always a risk of racking those up.
Definitely. I think this was the one we identified. We were trying to find those tracks that we wanted to have these races on, and this one was the one that was like, do we really want to do Barcelona, or do we want to pick somewhere else? But you think about tracks of this size, you think about like Barcelona or Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta is a great track if you're watching real cars go around it.
Mm-hmm.
Not so great if you're watching virtual cars go around it, because especially when you've got differing skill levels in all these classes. So, the professionals get paid to keep the car on the gray all the time, if at all possible. So these guys are, we're all, we love racing, we love having fun, and this is as close as we're ever going to get to driving Barcelona for most of us. So there'll be those few exceptions that can turn a e-racing career into a real racing career.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially with Barcelona, I'm glad that this track was on the calendar, because it's, other than Le Mans that like they're designed for, Barcelona kind of offers a pretty big strategy battle. I think more so than overtakes and things like that, because you got the heavy braking zones, you got the medium or kind of the mid-range downforce corners. So like it's a lot of technicality with the track. So I enjoy racing it because you got to kind of watch your boost. And then you always know that you're going to be able to get it back in at least 2 parts. I think turn 10 and turn 1. So it's always a good battle.
Yep, absolutely. Thomas?
I guess so you lead perfectly onto my question. The element of strategy I'm not obviously asking you to tell us your strategy for the race, but are you sticking to it as well as you hoped, or have you had to deviate a little bit and make adjustments here and there for the race?
We thought we were going to have to kind of deviate from our plan right off the bat. Danny had a big lockup going into turn 1 on lap 1, and it completely sent the car into the corner. And luckily, we got away with I think it was only like a 5-second optional repair, and the car was fine after that. So we thought after that we were going to have to change it, but for the most part, it's been just kind of maximize our time on boost. And just kind of wait for the mistakes. So it's like I said, we're just playing it safe. We're not going for crazy pushes. We're not going for fastest lap. We're just trying to stay as close as we can to everybody.
Yeah, and you guys are showing that. I mean, you guys are consistently saying some good 21s as your lap race pace, and obviously Fugger there setting quality lap times at 20s and very low 21s right now. So
yep, they're flying.
But hopefully for you guys, you'll come out really well, I think.
Yeah, like I said, if we could stay right next to Fuga, stay in P2, I'm happy. If we get the win, unfortunately, if knock on wood, if they have an accident and we pick up P1, that'd be fun. But I think at this point, they've showed they deserve it almost 6 hours in.
It would be very interesting if that happened, because I think you guys were in a position to take the win at Le Mans and then just had basically a disconnect. So,
Yep.
so it would be nice if luck swung back your way for a race, huh?
I think we might be owed it at some point. I don't know if Barcelona's the one we want to use it on, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, Drew, hey, thanks for coming in and talking with us. Enjoy the rest of the race. Good luck to you guys, and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much for putting this on.
Hey, thanks. Bye-bye. Drew Becker with Indy Autosport White. Always good to talk to him.
Yes. Obviously, as we kind of fall, like, strategies not thrown out the window as such, are still strict sticking to it as well. But obviously, that lap 1 incident locking up and going into the wall obviously didn't help him too much.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of thinking. I was trying to think back if they were involved in because I know that Freedom Maple Syrup on lap 1 had a spin. I didn't know if that was part of the deal with them or not. So, but sounds like you know, as he said, you just go out and you just make your laps the best you can, and do your race as fast as you can do it, and you can't really worry about the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, if we were compare some of the lap 1s throughout the field, I mean, the LMP1s had a bit of a spin up at the front with the Freedom Maple Syrup car. We had a bit of contact in the LMP2 field, not too much drama. The GTEs, we were going 4 wide down the front straight. They were mental. Acting like professionals out here on track, and definitely showing it here in the race today.
Right.
Still all driving really, really well on track.
So just kind of looking down the list and seeing if there's any battles we should be paying attention to. And it doesn't appear as if there's any kind of, let's see, we've got, I was going to take a look at Team Bushfink and the GTE because they were 3 seconds behind Ronan, but looks like they just came into the pits.
Yeah, that Team Bushfink car.
Yeah. So yeah, they're going through their pit cycles. So
okay, a lot of teams at the moment with fairly similar but fairly different strategies, and obviously that Team Bushfink car's 6 seconds back from the next level racing team car right now. It'll be interesting to see if they can catch up onto the tail of those guys and cause a bit of chaos for the second step of the podium here today.
Right. See, we are at just a little over 6 hours left. So we're almost halfway through the race. When we get to the halfway point, we'll kind of go a field rundown and just kind of talk about what we've seen so far. But it's been once these cars have kind of spread out, it's basically now it's just a matter of hitting your marks, making good clean passes, and being passed cleanly, and trying to finish on a good note.
Yeah, it's, obviously we're 4 minutes away from that treacherous halfway mark, and a lot of the teams doing really well to get to this stage of the race. Obviously, it's especially in the long 24. It's always a big boost in confidence when you make it to the halfway mark.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's we talked about that in the Le Mans race, was for these guys this may be their first time competing in an endurance race of this length. Sometimes just completing the race is an accomplishment that you feel good